From a mother forcing her son to sleep in a toilet to a son killing his mother to fulfill his girlfriend's wish to Maldives.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to vlog the rest of the week.
These are the most disturbing families on the internet who are not afraid to show themselves. Starting with Resilient Jenkins, who likes to dance while being pregnant. Resilient Jenkins built her fame by sharing the struggles of growing up in poverty, quickly capturing the attention of millions. However, she wasn't prepared for what was coming next.
I would be lying if I said there wasn't a point in my life that I was so naive that I might have judged a poor person based off their appearance. And like I said, I have learned a lot.
Her rise to success seemed like the ultimate comeback story, with fans cheering her on as she climbed from nothing to becoming a social media star. But now as her career grows, so do the questions about what's really going on behind the scenes. With brand deals and millions of followers, fans expected to see her living the dream, but something didn't feel right. Instead of sharing her success, she started posting content that seemed off. Her lifestyle didn't match the image she had painted, and people began to wonder where all the money was going.
And we'll get some more answers finally.
Then came the scandals. One of the biggest controversies was how she discriminated between her children and Deshawn, or even her eldest daughter. People questioned her parenting skills and priorities, and from there things only got worse. Accusations of manipulation, dishonesty, and using people for her own gain began to surface. Fans who once saw her as a role model now felt betrayed by the person they'd been supporting.
I'll share original audio. I'll share the video with original audio because, no, you're not going to come at me like just because.
As Resilient continues to post, the cracks in her carefully curated image grow wider. The story that once inspired millions is now one that leaves people wondering what's really behind the polished social media posts. So how did it all get this dark? It's time to find out. So who is Resilient Jenkins? Resilient Jenkins is a 27-year-old mother from Peoria, Illinois, who became well-known on TikTok in 2022. She didn't go viral for talent, insight, or personality. Instead, she gained attention by filming herself in a worn-down kitchen, quietly talking about being tired, broke, and emotionally drained. Her videos had little editing, music, or structure. She simply pointed a phone at herself and spoke in a dull, flat voice.
I've come to the conclusion that TikTok wants to build hate. They want to create hate. Because tell me why the one video I have of me ranting and having like a little bit of a spicy attitude is getting views, is getting comments, and my videos of me and my kids dancing, me and my kids doing makeup and funny stuff.
She started posting in March 2020, right as the pandemic began. Millions of people were stuck at home, scrolling through social media. Her videos stood out not because they were good, but because they were different.
So I hopped on that boil trend and I think it turned out pretty good. My daughter helped me. We made 2 different seasonings, one that was spicy and one that was not too spicy for her and her sister.
While other creators tried to be creative or entertaining, Jenkins leaned into exhaustion. She showed herself struggling without offering anything helpful or original. Her earliest fans called her real, but there wasn't much to her content besides repetition and fatigue.
I thought we were supposed to look younger when we had our head back. I feel like it just makes me look puffy. Look, I don't know what the phooey I got those vaccines for, because ever since I got them, every time I get even just the slightest bit sick, I mean, I still gotta function, man. I have to take my kids outside. It's so pretty outside. I wanna go make them hot cocoa and just do like the mom thing, but like that, oh my god. Like, no, body, stop. I have so much to do. Please, just. I'm hoping and praying Mother Cannabis saves me, because I've got to get up and meet Mama.
One of her first viral videos showed her making meals for a poor family. She listed the groceries, cooked the food, and ended the video by saying, "It's not much, but it'll feed my kids." The comment section was filled with sympathy, and people praised her for being honest. But the video didn't teach anything or give useful tips. It was just another clip of someone struggling in front of a camera. The emotional tone seemed more important than the content itself. As more people followed her, her setup never changed. The lighting stayed dim, the kitchen stayed messy, and the energy stayed low. People began to notice that her entire online presence was based on being stuck.
In fact, we had both assumed that once a video went viral, it would be because of some hateful comments. Sadly, hate spreads a lot faster than love in this world. But if it's gonna spread our content, then go ahead and keep on hating. The fact is, nobody's gonna be harder on a parent than they are on themselves. But Drew and I make every attempt to put our kiddos first, and that's seen through our content if you're a true follower. A little backstory for you.
Whether she was talking about food, bills, or her mental health, the tone never shifted. It was always the same quiet voice, saying things like, "I'm not okay today, but I'm trying." That line, or a version of it, appeared in many of her clips.
Don't like doing it. I find so much more peace on just focusing on my family and focusing on my growth. If you want to have your opinion on us, you can have that opinion. Let's take a quick moment for the first thing that baby girl was wrapped in when she was born in the car, her daddy's jacket. Let's say thank you to all of our supporters, and you're welcome to all of our haters. Hope everyone has a great weekend.
By the time she reached 1 million followers, Jenkins had built an audience around emotional heaviness. Her followers returned daily to see more of the same.
I can't really wrap my brain around what people's genuine issue with me is when it comes down to it. And we ain't gonna call me Stephanie Thompson, because just because I'm married to that fool doesn't mean that's how I identify myself. So in this scenario, we're just gonna refer to me as Stephanie Freelick because that's my born given name, okay?
Some began to wonder if she was intentionally keeping her life in that state to keep the content going. Her refusal to grow or change didn't look like honesty anymore. It looked like strategy, and people were quick to point it out. And while her calm voice and sad eyes may have drawn people in, they also raised questions. Was she just documenting a hard life, or was she using hardship to build a platform? Was the sadness genuine, or just content? Eventually, the attention turned away from her emotional state and towards something else entirely. The children who often appeared in the background. Quiet, unsupervised, and always nearby. That's when people began asking, what kind of environment were those kids really living in?
The girls wanted to see if Dad could do the Pennywise dance. Definitely made their night. Look at their faces. I don't know where my man gets his energy sometimes, but I'm ever so grateful he has it for our children. Then Drew took a second to take a look at a bump that's been bothering one of our daughters on her heel. I made my 3 older kids their plate, and then I broke some chicken up for my talk.
From the outside, it looked like a busy family trying to make things work. But when you looked a little closer, things didn't seem right, especially for the kids. Resilient and her husband didn't have steady jobs. Most of their money seemed to come from social media. She stayed home and posted videos. He was around, but it was never clear if he had full-time work. And still, they were raising several children and continued to have more. People noticed early on that the family wasn't managing well.
It was a cute little way to wrap them.
You look better than I thought you would.
They're cute, Susie.
The home looked overcrowded. There were too many kids and not enough space. In video after video, the same tight spaces showed up. Small kitchen, messy floors, crowded living room. And none of it was staged. These clips weren't meant to expose anything. This was just how they lived.
It's Sunday reset time. I started by folding all the laundry that we got washed up yesterday. It seems like every time I'm folding laundry, I have to go through and get things that my kids have grown out of. Like, why must they grow so fast? After I got finished with the laundry, I moved on to the kitchen. I wanted to give the kitchen a really good wipe down. Wiped down all the appliances, the cupboard doors, the front of the oven, and the top of the vent. So I made some cuts because this took me some time here. This is the kids' arts and crafts shelf. It turns into just a bunch of miscellaneous stuff that I have to go through every now and again. Now moving on to the girls' space. Now I don't know if this is just a girl thing, but my daughters keep everything on their bed.
Kids were often seen wandering around without supervision, even while Resilient filmed herself from another room. Sometimes they played in corners, sometimes they just sat quietly in the background. But the house didn't look safe or comfortable for the number of people living there.
Thinking, especially all them sending people to our house comments. Like, who in their right freaking? I'm hiding nothing. Everything I have is out in the open. Y'all know everything about me by now. You really keep trying to make me feel bad for my past. Well, it's my past. I've grown from it. I know who I am today, and I know who I put forward. Most importantly, I know the mother I am. And I love these kids more than anything in the world. Everybody in the home is excited about the baby. We cannot wait to bring her home. And honestly, not that it's anybody's business. She actually does have a bassinet. So thanks for watching. See you.
The kids didn't seem to have beds. That became obvious after a while. They were shown lying on couches or blankets, But there weren't any cribs, mattresses, or sleeping setups you'd expect in a home with young children. In contrast, the parents had a private room. Their bed was made with sheets and pillows, all the necessary stuff. It wasn't fancy, but it stood out. The difference was clear. The adults had a room to rest and close the door. The children did not.
Let me be real with you, I barely made it through this Sunday reset. I am so freaking sore at this point in the pregnancy. But during the Sunday reset, I had this thing heavy on my mind. I kept thinking about how sometimes I put forth videos where I just don't feel like my authentic self is coming through completely.
The bedroom issue wasn't the only concern. The whole house looked stretched thin. There weren't enough places for the kids to sit or play. The kitchen was often cluttered, with dishes piled up and old food left out. Kids ate on the floor or stood around with snacks in their hands. It looked like there weren't enough chairs, plates, or even space for the whole family to eat together. The clothes the children wore didn't seem clean or warm enough. Sometimes they were barefoot, even in colder months. In multiple clips, they wore clothes that didn't fit. Shirts too big, pants too short. Their hair was uncombed, faces were messy. Even the baby's diaper looked full. These details may seem small, but over time, they painted a picture of kids who weren't being fully cared for. What made it more confusing was the way parents lived differently within the same space. Resilient often filmed from her bedroom. The room was quiet. She was alone. She had time to talk, do her hair, and show her outfits or skincare. But outside that room, things looked chaotic. Toddlers ran around. Babies crawled close to clutter or sharp edges. No one stepped in.
And she is pretty cute, but she wasn't really what we expected. So comments down below if you know. I'm outside right now to do this voiceover.
Even though money was clearly tight, they didn't seem to make choices based on the kids' needs first. She had time to sit in front of a ring light and do live streams for hours, but the children still didn't have beds. They still didn't have their own room or clean shoes or even a safe area to play. No one expected the family to be rich, but people started asking the basic question: if you don't have enough space or income to care for the children you already have, why keep having more? That's because over time, Resilient Jenkins announced at least 2 pregnancies after 2020 that made many people scratch their heads.
Who else wears a natural humidity meter? Yeah, something tells me humidity's a little bit high today. Bish, leave me alone.
Nothing in the video suggested that things were improving. The same living conditions showed up month after month. Over time, it became clear that this wasn't just about a tight budget. It was about choices. Choices to prioritize filming over parenting. Choices to create content instead of buying basic items. Choices to stay behind a bedroom door while the rest of the house was left to the children. The next signs of trouble came early, before the baby was even born. Their followers had always known they weren't rich, but this was something else. A new baby when they already had a full house and no visible source of income? It felt reckless. But rather than ease those concerns, Resilient's content only made things worse, because Resilient wasn't just dealing with poverty, she was making choices that raised alarms. One of the first serious red flags came during a live stream. She was pregnant, visibly pregnant, and between dancing to music, she took a hit from a drug. There was no warning, no hesitation.
Smoking is not good for your health, but you know what?
The chat immediately blew up. Girl, what? Oh, the baby could have lost his life due to this. She didn't respond. And it wouldn't be the last time. Over the following weeks, she appeared vaping in multiple live streams. Sometimes it was just off camera, a visible cloud of vapor drifting into frame. Other times, she'd do it directly on screen. In one, she joked, "Anyone else or just me?" while she sang. That line spread fast. People clipped it, reposted it, and debated it. Former fans, moms, and even healthcare workers jumped in, warning about the damage nicotine could do to a fetus. But Resilient didn't seem interested in listening. Pediatricians in the comments pointed out the risks of SIDS, improper sleep posture, and general neglect. A few went as far as reporting her account to Child Protective Services. When the criticism reached a boiling point, she started deleting concerned comments and blocking viewers who questioned her. But the internet wasn't forgetting. Resilient didn't address it. But by then, it didn't matter. She was no longer just a struggling mom sharing her life. She was a mom who neglected her children. And people were starting to feel like they were watching a slow disaster unfold in real time. Because once you saw the patterns, you couldn't unsee them.
Let's do another pregnancy update. I was gonna do it yesterday, but I ran out of time. So today I'm 33 weeks in 1 day, and I'm feeling huge. I'm feeling huge, bro. She also feels very, very low. It's getting hard to do just the simplest stuff, but I'm determined and I want things done before she gets here.
A pregnant woman vaping on livestream, calling the baby a blessing but showing no signs of preparing for its arrival. Followers had gone from being fans to being witnesses, and from witnesses to whistleblowers. This wasn't entertainment anymore. It was a warning sign playing out in real time. And the question that hung over everything, the one no one could ignore, was the same. Is anyone actually looking out for those kids who looked neglected and sometimes even scared?
What you slacking for, girl? This Hell's Kitchen. Get it up. Get it straight. What you slacking for? Mix that. That's right. Put some love in there.
That concern only grew louder when one child in particular started drawing more attention than the rest, Deshawn. Now, Resilient Jenkins' household wasn't small. She often referred to it as her tribe, a blended mix of biological children, stepchildren, and a daughter from a previous husband, all crammed into a chaotic, noisy home. Viewers were frequently overwhelmed just watching the sheer number of kids running through the frame. But the issue wasn't the size of her family, it was how specific children were treated on camera, especially Deshawn.
Boy, get it right. This is Hell's Kitchen. Come on, boy. Mix this. You got this. That's gonna make some good chicken. You putting your love in there?
Yeah.
Good job.
Unlike some of the kids who were regularly praised, shown dancing, or doted on for laughs, Deshawn often looked distant, upset, or overwhelmed. He wasn't the center of the fun. He was the one quietly unraveling in the background. In multiple videos, viewers noticed his meltdowns, his silence, his scared look, or his blank stares. Instead of comforting him or stopping the recording, Jenkins often kept filming. There was no support, just exposure.
Hey, I saw one.
Ooh, those look cute. Oh, they look so warm. They actually look pretty thick.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? You say thank you yet?
Thank you, Dad. And the actually also.
They're
All
soft.
of them are hard.
As people dug deeper, the situation around Deshawn became even more complicated. Jenkins wasn't his biological mother. Early on, she hinted that she had stepped up to care for him during a tough time, suggesting she was a kind of savior figure. But online sleuths found more to the story. Allegedly, Deshawn's real mother had not abandoned him. She had been trying unsuccessfully to regain custody. The roadblock wasn't Jenkins, it was Deshawn's father, who had legal rights and reportedly refused to return the child.
You say that again to my face. What did you say about my brother? That's not a trait, that's my brother. You stay away from my brother, 'cause
That detail changed everything. Jenkins hadn't rescued Deshawn from a void. She had become part of a system that kept him away from someone who still wanted to be his mother. Suddenly, the videos didn't look like tough love. They looked like emotional neglect happening under a false narrative. A comment on one of her posts captured the mood. "I'd adopt Deshawn before I let you keep filming him like this." Others echoed that concern. The final straw came when it became clear that Deshawn slept on the floor while the father constructed a bunk bed for the girls. The toddler got one too, but Deshawn didn't. The image hit a nerve. Even if temporary, it looks like proof that he was treated differently, not just emotionally, but physically. It wasn't just a bad look. It was, for many, the clearest sign yet that this child was being treated as less than, less important, and less deserving. Whether intentional or not, the optics were undeniable. While other kids were given comfort and stability, Deshawn was left with nothing.
I don't play about this one here.
In Jenkins' home, older kids were often seen parenting the younger ones. Discipline was inconsistent and affection was uneven. Some children clearly felt safe and loved. Deshawn didn't. He wasn't loud or disruptive. He was quiet, withdrawn, like a child who had learned to disappear into the background just to cope. His silence said more than any tantrum ever could.
How did everybody's Monday go? This Monday seemed like a really long day. I think that's mostly just due to the fact that I'm pretty tired. About a week ago, we had the student parent-teacher conference. We thought I was given a little more insight on what I need to help.
For many viewers, it wasn't just upsetting, it was heartbreaking. Knowing that his biological mother may have still been fighting to reach him added another layer of grief. It no longer felt like a messy family under pressure. It felt like a child lost in plain sight, with a camera rolling the whole time.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just pick up. That's why we play Encounter.
Maybe it was all about racial distinction, lack of emotion, or pure neglect. Jenkins' content had always revolved around her struggles, but this was different. This wasn't about her being tired or broke. This was about a child who didn't look okay, and about an audience that had stopped clapping and started calling it out. The Deshawn controversy turned what was once relatable into something far more disturbing, and it opened the door to a larger, more uncomfortable conversation about what happens when parenting becomes performance and kids become props.
You guys are all gonna get a chance to mix.
That conversation only got louder on Deshawn's birthday. In a vlog shared by Jenkins, what should have been a special day for the boy instead played out like an afterthought. Jenkins casually mentioned that they had a birthday that day and did not prepare for it beforehand. She quickly went shopping to get random stuff and make up for her forgetfulness or mere neglect.
So yesterday was our son's 9th birthday, and we did what we could to create some magic for our kiddo. Birthdays don't look the same in every household, so let's keep that in mind before we go to a judgmental state on this video, okay? Thank ya. See, to our kiddos, they're going to be overjoyed if Drew and I put the most effort we can into getting the gifts that they asked us for. Our kiddos love our cooking, so a nice home-cooked meal is going to be a win-win for them every time. And most importantly, family time. We are a tight-knit family, and we enjoy our time as a family.
There were no decorations except for a banner and few balloons. Just a quiet nod that was his day tucked between chaotic scenes and casual chatter. Viewers immediately noticed the difference. Compared to other children in the family who had full celebrations with balloons, pizza, and gifts, Deshawn's birthday felt like it had been put on the back burner. The backlash came fast. Commenters called it out as yet another instance of the child being sidelined. That little girl ripping that bag off his bed to eat his cupcakes on his b-day irked my soul, one person wrote. Another added, did what we could while your husband gets the best gifts for himself.
Hey David, puppy. Happy birthday, boy.
Happy birthday, boy! Yeah, boy!
The disappointment wasn't just about the missing party, it was about what it symbolized. In a household constantly filmed and shared, where moments big and small are usually turned into content, viewers couldn't understand why this child's birthday was the one that didn't make the cut. This sense of favoritism became harder to ignore when viewers compared this vlog with earlier ones. Other children had their birthdays celebrated in real time, with effort, laughter, and attention. Deshawn got a rain check and a shrug. The daughter's 8th birthday was pre-planned and gift was pre-ordered. The decorations were even much better than the one on Deshawn's birthday.
So I'm just getting the chance to post our daughter's birthday vlog. Now, like I mentioned with our son's birthday, we are keeping our birthday celebrations pretty small, at-home kind of celebrations. Each of the kids gave us a couple of gift ideas, anywhere from 4 to 5 gift ideas that they really wanted, and we tried our best to make sure that's what we got them.
And then came something even more disturbing. In a later vlog, Deshawn appeared on screen with a clearly visible black eye. It was swollen and purple, the kind of mark that stopped viewers in their tracks. There was no explanation, and when the questions came pouring in, Jenkins casually dismissed it as mosquito bites. The injury didn't look like any bug bite. It looked like blunt trauma. Her response didn't reassure anyone. It only made the suspicion grow. Jenkins backed out and everyone was quick to address it.
Stephanie did, in fact, give Drew's son a black eye. Rather than explaining why this all happened, Stephanie makes a video explaining that she's not going to explain to you. Then
that suspicion turned into serious concern when people began claiming this wasn't the first time Deshawn had appeared with unexplained marks. But a few days later, he appeared bald, his head shaved. Jenkins, rather than calmly explaining or even acknowledging the fear in her audience, went on the defense. But no matter how loudly she played the victim, the proof was still there. But the neglect didn't stop with how Deshawn was treated. It was all around him. The environment itself told its own story. You didn't have to listen to what was said, you just had to look at the floors, the laundry piles, the untouched mess. The home these kids were growing up in wasn't just crowded, it was dirty, and that brought its own set of problems.
Alright, help me settle a debate here. Do you still sort your laundry or do you rely on the washers these days to just do the job themselves? For me personally, I'm always going to sort my laundry. Darks, reds, pinks, yellow. It has to be like a medical bill, utility bill, something along those lines. Y'all can catch me here being a little over dramatic because I do not like spiders at all. I must have watched this like 80 times for my kiddos. I want to take my next month's payment and take my kids to Disney World or some crazy crap. But I know that's completely unreal.
Beyond just the space and money concerns, there was something else that stood out in nearly every video. The home didn't just look cramped, it looked consistently unclean. The clutter wasn't just the usual mess from having kids around, it was something deeper. Floors were often stained, sticky, or scattered with trash. Food wrappers, crumbs, and toys covered large parts of the living room. In several clips, toddlers were seen walking barefoot across dirty floors, even stepping in small puddles of who knows what, and no one cleaned it up. The mess simply stayed there. Laundry was another constant issue. Piles of clothes covered couches and corners of bedrooms. There was no clear separation between clean and dirty laundry, and clothes sat in heaps on the floor for days. Kids were often seen wearing the same outfit across multiple videos, some of which were stained or clearly too small. There was rarely any sign of a consistent cleaning routine for clothes, bed sheets, or even towels. Viewers began to raise concerns about hygiene-related health issues. Some noticed kids scratching their heads frequently, and comments started pouring in about lice. It's time to learn how to care for their hair, one person wrote. Others asked when the last time the bedding had been changed, or whether there were clean towels in the house at all. The family never addressed it directly, but the signs were hard to ignore. The home didn't have a daily or even regular cleaning schedule. According to things Resilient had mentioned in passing, cleaning was mostly done on Sundays, one big cleanup each week. But by then the mess had already piled up, and when you're raising multiple toddlers in one house, especially in tight quarters, a once-a-week cleanup just isn't enough. Diapers pile up, trash overflows, plates and bottles get left out. A weekly deep clean can't keep up with daily chaos.
Today I chose to listen to my body and not push it as much as I normally do for my Sunday resets. When I normally push myself to get the bathroom done and maybe even the kitchen, I wanted to focus on making sure I got the kids area cleaned and they all got clean sheets and clean blankets. For the most part, I feel like you could just use your eyeballs to see what I'm doing for this video, because I feel like explaining a Sunday reset is just becoming quite redundant. Bear with me, I may sound a little bit tired and maybe even a little bit spicy.
In one of the videos, the mop that was used to clean the dirty washroom was used again to wipe the floor of the area where children slept. One viewer was quick to point it out, commenting, "I love how you rub the dirty mop that just scrubbed near the toilet next to the kids' pillows. I'm gonna try that cleaning hack." Even the kitchen, the one place where hygiene matters most, wasn't an exception. Used bottles were left on countertops overnight. Open food containers sat out for hours, sometimes next to half-finished meals left untouched by kids. Sippy cups with milk were shown sitting out until they curdled. No one seemed to wipe down surfaces regularly.
I'm just gonna let you know right from the start, I'm probably not gonna sound that enthusiastic. We've all been feeling kind of icky around here. It's never fun to catch anything when you're already going through postpartum. Also, I mentioned in the last voiceover, I'm not gonna be trying to hide out in the bathroom. I'm just gonna go wherever I can get the voiceover out and do my thing. So if you hear that loud fan behind me, I apologize. One thing I'm noticing about myself this postpartum versus last time is that I definitely have more motivation.
Furniture showed years of wear without much upkeep. The living room couch, which was usually the main filming area, had stained cushions, food crumbs jammed into the corners, and the covers never seemed washed. Kids would jump and eat on it, sometimes even fall asleep there, because it was often the only place to sit or lie down during the day. Then glimpses of the bathroom were shown. They didn't help either. In one short moment, the toilet was shown with dirt visible around the rim. The sink had buildup around the edges, and there were no signs of fresh towels or soap. That glimpse, though short, added to a growing sense that the home's cleanliness had long been neglected. This wasn't a single bad day or a rough week. The hygiene issues were a constant presence in the background of every video. They had raised serious questions. Were these kids really being cared for the way they needed to be? Or were basic needs like cleanliness and safety slowly being pushed aside?
And I just have the motivation to try to keep up on the home. This time around, I got some help from my little twin. She kept asking me if she could help. I was like, if you really want to, that'd be awesome. Said she actually finds cleaning quite soothing, which I completely understand. There's something soothing about the details you can put into cleaning. Before y'all say anything, Drew did a bunch of cleaning earlier this morning while I got to sleeping. Wasn't up to record any of it because I was literally sleeping till like noon 30 with the two babies. It was awesome. My body definitely needed it. This girl literally asked me if she could clean the toilet and the floor. She said she wanted to get it done. Not about to stand in her way, and I said thank you.
And as people began questioning the living conditions inside the home, another issue became impossible to ignore. They didn't seem to have a stable home at all. For most families, stability starts with something simple: a roof over your head. But for Resilient and her family, even that became uncertain. What started as a few harmless moves quickly spiraled into a pattern. New homes raised every few months, sudden motel check-ins, and a growing concern that their children were being raised without a stable environment.
We got 19 days until move-out date. Yeah, you heard that right, 19 days. So here's to one of the last Sunday resets in our home before we move.
At first, it wasn't obvious. The family had always shown signs of struggling financially, living on TikTok income, not holding regular jobs, and raising multiple children in a space that already seemed stretched thin. But when they occasionally packed up and left their home without explanation, people began asking why. It didn't take long before a new pattern started emerging, one that involved moving from one temporary space to another, often without any kind of plan.
18 days until move-out date, and we've yet to be accepted into a new place yet. In fact, one of the first places that we put an application in for came back with the result really quick and denied us because of a bankruptcy on my record. Now I bring that up because bankruptcies are public knowledge, and you guys are all fishing for everything, so you would have figured that out on your own as it is. And I'm sorry, but there's just something wrong with these application fees, because of spending $120 just to be denied, it gets pretty discouraging when you're already trying to be careful with your finances, and there's a high potential you're going to have to put in multiple applications for multiple places. I've seen this comment that someone said they calculated up how much we'd be making on social media, and it's like 18 grand a month. Man, I wish. Bear with me. I'm working on very little sleep. I'm tired and I'm trying to figure all this out, so I'm a little bit stressed out. So this isn't mine and Drew's first time actually trying to seek out other housing. We tried about a year and a half ago. We were denied for making like 120 less than the minimum income. And then of course the bankruptcy had come up at that point as well. And I got my mom to think that I have a bankruptcy on my record, but that's a story for another day. All right, bye-bye now.
They didn't just crash at these places, they treated each one like it was permanent. In videos, Resilient would light candles, hang curtains, rearrange furniture, and tell viewers they were finally settled. But just a few weeks later, everything would be boxed up again, and the family would be filming from a new location. Motels, rentals, and short-term stays became their version of normal. They called it adapting. Others called it what it was, survival mode.
You didn't press it again.
Remember, posture is our most important thing.
I got a fart again.
I like swimming, and I just feel the desire to go swimming. To the right, guys.
People started noticing contradictions. How was it that this family could afford to buy a brand new car, one that was shown off proudly in multiple videos, but couldn't secure long-term housing for their children? The comments became louder. You had money for a car, but not a home? You're both healthy adults. Why can't you hold down jobs? Each move brought a new level of stress for the children. In one video, girls looked so tired and children were lying as though too weary to do anything. Schooling became unstable, daily routines were unpredictable, and personal space was non-existent. Children were seen sleeping in corners, in car seats, or piled together on makeshift bedding on the floor.
Oh, little girly.
Daddy, can you come here?
What made it harder to watch was how normalized the chaos had become. Resilient would post room tours of their latest temporary setup, walking viewers through the cramped space with excitement, decorating with dollar store finds, hanging fairy lights, even labeling it as their new beginning. But viewers could see through it. Behind the enthusiasm was a hard truth. This wasn't a fresh start. It was another stopgap, another short-term fix in a long line of unstable choices.
Everybody was definitely a lot more comfortable in this room last night. And I got about 85% of everything picked up and put away. Well, put away the best we could. Now I know it's easy to look around and quickly judge. I mean, refer back to our first viral video when I said if you don't live in this situation, you don't quite understand.
Even basic things like food and laundry became challenges. In one motel, there was no kitchen, so the children were fed fast food or packaged snacks almost daily. Clothes were piled in bags in the corner. Sometimes the kids wore the same outfits in back-to-back videos, and when viewers pointed out hygiene concerns or asked about the kids' schooling, Resilient either ignored it or responded defensively, framing any criticism as hate.
Come along with us while we stay another night at a different motel room again. Now, if you've been following us for a while, you may know we are a family of 7 that is currently homeless living in a motel room. The motel that we currently stay at has an extended stay policy where you stay for more than 28 days, you have to go stay at another one of their locations for a night. But did y'all just catch my baby? He always be giving me back kisses. I think it's just the sweetest thing and I had to mention it. Anyways, let's get back to it. So the manager of the place that we're staying at let us know, hey, you guys need to pop over to the other place for a night. Bring it on us kind of last minute if I do say so myself, but hey, we getting kind of good at this. This time I didn't forget the toothbrushes. That was like the first thing I grabbed because I did forget them last time and I deeply regretted that. Made sure to grab our Gobi lights, and yes, that's important, especially for our kiddo on the spectrum. It's actually the first thing we set up when we got to the other spot. We made sure to get that red light going. Immediately calmed all of the kids' auras. Also, Lord knows y'all like to troll on everything you can. You slow down the video to catch whatever you possibly can. So yes, the PS5 is in there. And guess what it got used for? Miss Rachel.
The frustration from viewers wasn't just about appearances, it was about accountability. These were 2 able-bodied adults, both physically healthy, who chose not to pursue steady employment outside of social media. And while TikTok income can be unstable, there was no sign of backup planning, no budgeting, no job applications, no attempt to secure stable housing before expanding the family again. And Jenkins acted and complained as if the viewers weren't supporting her enough. People posted comments like, why does she constantly complain to us like we did this to them?
It's going to be the people who have been through what we've been through who understand, and these are the people that I post for. And honestly, the people that I have met going through the same situation that we're going through have been some of the most genuine and kind people I've ever come across.
And it wasn't just online. Locals reportedly recognized them at different motels and grocery stores, noting that they seemed to be constantly starting over. There were even rumors of eviction notices and unpaid rent from previous places, but Resilient's narrative never changed. Everything was fine. Everything was a choice. And as the family kept bouncing between motels and rentals, viewers were left wondering the same thing. How long can you keep starting over before it stops being a new beginning and just becomes the same mistake on repeat?
Come along with us while we update our motel room and give us a little bit more space. Quick Google search of this place will show you what the inside of these bedrooms look like. Motel room's my bed. Now this one that we're moving into, it has a full-size couch that pops into a queen-size bed, a bunk bed, and then the bed is a queen-size bed, not a full. And of course, we're going to move the bassinet over as well. So if you can do the math, that's more than enough bedding for everybody. So this one comes with a full-size fridge. The bathroom is separate from what we're going to be using as our kitchen area. No more toothbrushes right by the cooking area. Definitely going to be a little more comfortable while we're here. I'm going to be brave and show some of the clips of the process. Because while having a village is ideal, it's just Drew and I who do everything.
But it wasn't just the children living through the constant movement. Something else had quietly disappeared from the picture. And when people noticed, it led to one of the most disturbing revelations yet. In earlier days, Resilient's home was always full. Not just with kids, but with animals too. 5 cats were often seen in her videos casually roaming across counters, resting on worn-out furniture, or curling up near the kids during long live streams. They weren't the main focus, but their presence was steady, part of the background noise that viewers had gotten used to.
One way or another,
I'm going to have a tolerant cat, okay? I am.
Boy, still fast as boy. Come get some.
Then after one of the family's sudden moves, something shifted. The content kept coming. They kept shifting their shelter, but no video of the cats came out. According to Jenkins, they were going to leave the cats behind because they wanted that, and she wasn't going to miss the cat hair too. It was brutal.
After debating for some time, we decided we will not have indoor cats when we move. Prior to me and Drew getting together, I had one cat and he had one cat. The cat that he had was a stray that came in from outside, and the cat that I had was a cat that I received from a friend. Becoming a family, we brought in 2 other stray cats. So at one point we did have 4 cats in this apartment. That seriously did not last long, not even more than a couple of weeks.
Without warning, the questions started pouring in. Why didn't you bring the cats? Dumping your cat is illegal. These weren't trolls. These were longtime viewers who remembered names, who remembered seeing those animals on live streams, curled up beside the kids. The anxiety began to grow, and then 2 of the cats, Milo and Onyx, had been found by someone in the neighborhood they'd left. The animals had reportedly been abandoned, left behind when the family packed up and left without looking back. They were discovered dirty, thin, and anxious. According to those who found them, it didn't look like they'd been fed in days. Milo and Onyx were eventually taken in by a local rescue, cleaned up, and given proper care. Photos began circulating of their condition when found. Matted fur, crusted eyes, and signs of stress. People who'd once defended Resilient now had to face something hard to deny. It wasn't just forgetfulness. It looked like flat-out neglect. The backlash was sharp and immediate.
It's okay you saying that cats should be put outside and it's better for them, and to a certain extent I do agree with that. But the bit for me that you're missing is at the moment they are coming inside to be fed, yeah? So what happens when you are evicted and you're not there anymore? What's going to happen then?
This time it wasn't just about messes or poor parenting decisions. It was about basic decency. These were animals that had been raised in the family home, shown off for months, treated like part of the household until they weren't. They were simply left behind. People were disgusted. They couldn't take care of them, so they dumped them. If they abandoned their pets like this, what does that say about everything else? The anger didn't just come from animal lovers. It came from anyone who had grown tired of the patterns. This wasn't an isolated act. For many, it was part of a larger trend, taking on more than they could handle, whether it was children, pets, homes, or responsibilities, and then discarding what didn't fit when things got too hard. What struck people is how quietly it had been done. And the children had lived with those animals too. They had grown up beside them, likely formed bonds, and then one day they were gone. It was just another piece of their unstable environment taken away with no warning.
Excuse me, can we say hello? Can we say hello? Hello, mister. Hi, cutie patootie. Jasperillo. Jasperillo.
To viewers, it felt calculated. The family had presented each move like a fresh start. New curtains, new slogans, our forever home captions. But behind all the decorations and captions, things were unraveling. The cats were just one more example of that unraveling, of lives disrupted, of things left behind while the image was carefully maintained.
Excuse me. I'm trained to do laundry and clean the bed off. What y'all doing? Excuse me.
There's a weight that comes with owning animals. They're not furniture, they're not props for content. They're living creatures that rely completely on their owners for food, shelter, safety, and love. When people realized that Milo, Conscious, and Onyx had been treated like disposable objects, left to survive on their own, something snapped. Jenkins later said that they couldn't find pet-friendly housing and that they were under too much pressure, but most didn't buy it. If you can't house your animals, you don't take on 5 in the first place. And if life changes, you find help. You ask someone. You try. But nothing had been done. The animals had been dumped until someone else found them suffering. The internet can overlook a lot, but cruelty to animals, that's where most people draw the line. In the end, it wasn't just about the cats. It was about the message it sent, that when things got hard, the solution was to move on, quietly, quickly, without cleaning up the damage left behind. However, it was all just the beginning of a larger catastrophe. Behind every video Resilient posted, there was a growing question that kept coming up. Where was her husband in all of this? From the outside, it seemed like she was doing everything. Managing the kids, creating content, cooking, cleaning when it happened, and dealing with the fallout of their constant moves. Meanwhile, her husband was barely present, and when he did show up, viewers quickly noticed he wasn't exactly involved. People pointed out that he often appeared in the background of live streams or vlogs doing one thing, playing video games. Sometimes he was slouched on the couch, headset on, lost in his screen while children screamed or cried nearby. Other times he was completely out of sight, while Resilient juggled 4 or 5 tasks at once. He wasn't working, he didn't seem to be looking for a job, and he definitely wasn't helping her with basic parenting or household duties. To many viewers, it felt like Resilient was a single mother in every way except legally, and the criticisms started piling up. The responses became more aggressive over time. Viewers who had once been sympathetic to their situation were losing patience. Some argued that with their financial instability, frequent moves, temporary housing, lack of beds, it made no sense for a fully capable adult to be not working. If they could afford a gaming setup and had internet for streams, why couldn't he contribute financially? Why wasn't he out trying to help stabilize their family? In response to the growing backlash, Resilient tried to prove them wrong. She began including short clips in her vlogs that showed him doing basic things. These clips were clearly intended to paint a different picture. To them, the short moments captured on video looked forced and overly curated. They weren't signs of real involvement, they were breadcrumbs. A few seconds of effort followed by hours of silence. The clips felt more like damage control than reality. Viewers kept pointing out that while Resilient filmed herself cleaning, feeding the kids, and breaking down in tears, he was off playing video games. When she posted about needing rest, he was still missing. When she said she was stressed or overwhelmed, he never seemed to step in. This wasn't just about traditional gender roles, it was about basic partnership. People weren't expecting him to be a perfect stay-at-home dad, but they were expecting him to show up to do something. And he didn't.
So I recorded this earlier, but I just rewatching it felt it came off a little more like disrespectful and talking than I wanted it to. It's just not the person I am, not the person I'm trying to be.
What made it worse was that whenever Resilient was under fire, whether for parenting decisions, housing problems, or financial issues, he rarely defended her publicly. He didn't speak up, he didn't explain, and he didn't show support. She was always the one responding, apologizing, or explaining away their situation. And then recently things got even messier. Rumors began circulating that her husband had become involved in a legal issue. At first it was vague. People speculated online, asked cryptic questions, and tried to piece together what had happened from tiny clues in the background of videos. But then some began to share more concrete information. Allegedly, he was facing charges related to a local incident that had nothing to do with Resilient's online life, but reflected poorly on him as a partner and a father. The specifics of the case were not fully confirmed, but it was enough to cause serious concern. For some, it raised the question of whether the children were safe, not just emotionally, but physically. If the man of the house wasn't contributing, wasn't parenting, and was now involved in the legal system, what kind of example was being set? And what kind of environment was being created? To this day, Resilient hasn't fully addressed the legal issue publicly. She's remained quiet, much like she did when the cats were abandoned. A few vague posts about staying strong and family loyalty have surfaced, but nothing concrete.
I'll end up with so much dishes.
Still, the silence only made the situation worse. In the absence of a clear explanation, people filled in the blanks themselves. And what they saw was a pattern. She defends him, he does nothing. Something serious happens, and she's left to clean it up again. It's clear what the long-term fallout will be. But one thing has become obvious to those watching. Resilient has been carrying more than just the weight of motherhood. She's been carrying a household, a relationship, and a reputation, all while being left alone to deal with the consequences of someone else's choices. And then as Resilient's online presence continued to grow, so did the skepticism. At first, people watched her content with a mix of curiosity and concern, but eventually many started to feel something wasn't adding up. It wasn't just the instability or the endless moving, or even the hygiene concerns anymore, it was the money. Specifically how it was being used. More and more viewers began to suspect that the family wasn't just struggling, they were grifting. At surface level, the story was always the same. Times were hard, rent was late, groceries were expensive, and support was needed. Resilient regularly mentioned financial difficulties in her streams and videos, and viewers who felt empathy often stepped in with donations, wish list purchases, and Cash App tips. She leaned on the kindness of strangers to keep things afloat. But what started as help began to look like a business model. People began to notice patterns. Anytime there was a new wave of backlash or controversy, Resilient would go live, cry, and talk about how much she was struggling. And almost without fail, shortly after, she'd receive another influx of support. It became a cycle. Emotional content followed by cash assistance. And yet things never got better. They were still moving from place to place. She still didn't have a job outside of TikTok and live streams. Her husband still wasn't working, and despite all the donations, nothing changed long term. What raised even more eyebrows were their spending choices. It gave the impression that the money coming in wasn't being used for long-term stability. Instead of saving for a home, for job training, or even consistent schooling materials for the kids, it was going toward the optics. Just enough to make each new place look livable for a short while, before the cycle started again. And viewers noticed. The idea of financial manipulation started to gain traction. People began combing through their older videos and posts, pointing out inconsistencies and strange timelines. Sometimes they claimed they were behind on rent, but days later, they'd have new clothes or electronics. Other times, they said there wasn't enough food for the kids, but they'd show off meals that didn't align with that claim at all. One meal in particular stirred a lot of outrage. Resilient posted a video titled something along the lines of "Poor Family Dinner" to emphasize how tight things were financially, but the meal had eggs with meat. For many families genuinely struggling, meat is a luxury. Eggs and sausage are not the image of poverty. They're protein-rich and relatively expensive, especially for a large family. People pointed it out quickly. "This is poor family food," one viewer wrote. "Most broke families are stretching pasta or rice with canned vegetables, not frying meat every night." It became a moment that summarized the larger frustration. If the family was truly as financially fragile as they claimed, why did nothing they showed reflect that? Why were they always between homes but never between hot meals or decorative touches? Moreover, Resilient had decided to homeschool her children, a choice some parents make for a variety of reasons. But viewers were concerned not because of the decision itself, but because of how it was executed. There were no structured lessons shown.
This is so much box for just a few bucks. But I got some Spectrum books, 2nd and 3rd grade math, some handwriting books. They're all kind of like close to the same level right now, so I'm kind of sharing the books and just giving them each pages. Dropped it. So we kind of get a scale of where everyone's at, and then we'll just stock up on some books in a few months.
With so much time spent on lives, drama, and moving, people began to question whether the children were getting any meaningful education at all. One viewer commented, "How are they being homeschooled when y'all are always packing, unpacking, and filming? When do they sit down to learn?" It became part of the broader frustration. Everything seemed performative. They were always trying, always starting over, always doing their best, but nothing ever stabilized. And every attempt at transparency seemed to result in more questions than answers. It was hard to say whether this was a deliberate con or simply a family caught in a toxic cycle of online dependence. But either way, the result was the same. The children were the ones paying the price. They didn't have a stable home, a consistent education, or structure, and there was no sign of that changing.
A little later than I was anticipating to post. I was busy baby making with the hubby, you know what I'm saying? I'm just playing. I just thought I'd give you guys your latest shit to talk so you can make your car payments next month.
That's when people began to say it out loud. The family was exploiting the children's struggles and needs for views, sympathy, and money. One major example that viewers frequently brought up was the family's handling of their cats and the children's health. At one point, Resilient revealed that a few of her children were dealing with severe allergies. It didn't take long for viewers to realize the likely trigger: the family's cats. At the time, they had multiple cats in small, often unclean living spaces. Combined with the lack of regular deep cleaning and general overcrowding, it was a dangerous mix for children with allergies. But instead of addressing the situation directly and prioritizing the children's health early on, Resilient let the issue drag on. She continued to document their worsening symptoms, and she talked at length about how helpless she felt.
Oh, you want to get up? You want to get...
The truth is, struggling families don't always have choices. But there's a difference between being in need and constantly framing your need for online gain. Viewers began to feel that the children's suffering was being used as leverage. The more extreme the situation became, the more urgent the emotional appeals were, and the more the audience responded with views, money, and attention. Over time, more and more people began echoing the same concern, that the family wasn't just going through hard times, they were using those hard times to gain financially and emotionally from their audience. It wasn't just about sharing their life anymore, it was about monetizing their pain. Even in moments when the children clearly needed privacy, sickness, emotional breakdown, signs of development or behavioral concerns, Resilient chose to keep the camera rolling. She would talk about how hard it was to be a mom of so many, how overwhelmed she felt, and how alone she was in doing everything. But always the messaging led back to how little they had, how under-supported she felt, and how donations could help her cope.
When the song come on, let me see you get gone. Baby mamas, this your song. Been pregnant for way too long. Now tell the DJ turn it on.
Despite all the backlash, Resilient doubled down. She insisted she was doing the best she could, that she wasn't exploiting anyone, that she was simply being honest about her life and sharing her struggles like anyone else on social media. She even posted videos defending herself, explaining that people misunderstood her intentions. She said she only wanted to be transparent, but transparency isn't the same as responsibility. The moment your children's hardships are being broadcast to strangers in exchange for money or pity, the line becomes blurry. The moment those hardships keep repeating without solutions, without effort, without change, people start asking if the struggle is real or if it's being curated. And the biggest fear many viewers expressed wasn't about grifting or manipulation. It was that the children were growing up in a world where their pain was always public, where every sneeze, every rash, every disappointment wasn't a private moment between parent and child, but an opportunity for content. That fear is what turned casual viewers into vocal critics, and it's why so many now say this family isn't just unstable, they're exploiting their own story for attention, and the children are paying the price. It's one thing to share your life online. It's another to turn your children's struggles into a storyline that brings clicks and cash. At the heart of all this backlash is one simple truth. Kids deserve safety, privacy, and stability, not to be the centerpiece of a never-ending crisis reel. What do you think? Where's the line between sharing and exploiting? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And if you want a deeper dive into how Zoe Laverne ended her career, check out our next video. It gets even messier.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to make money. Do you want me to not make money, Jason?
Yeah, make money sucking somebody else's because it's not going to be mine. I don't want to be anywhere around you.
Why? I didn't do anything to you, Jason.
I wake up 6 in the morning to you on the phone to people and telling people you're yourself out.
No, that's not what I was saying. I said I needed support. What are you talking about?
I'm disgusted by you.
I said I needed financial support. How is that disgusting?
Yeah, right.
It's no different from what you do. Good, you can't wait to get rid of me. Good, everyone can't wait to get rid of me.
She's smiling. Smile for the camera. She has a 5 o'clock shadow. What the? Shanny, you need to shave. Holy crap. Yeah, Milo, I agree.
For centuries, religion has been a shield for the flawed, a holy cloak to drape over sins both petty and profound. But in the age of social media, that cloak has become a spotlight, exposing the chaos beneath an unfiltered viral glory. Enter Shannon McGraw, better known as ShannyForChrist, and Jason Rev Egolf, a self-proclaimed devout duo whose online crusade for Christ masks a mess of personal demons and real-life struggles. From Shannon's unhinged rants to Jason's eyebrow-raising antics, this duo always finds a way to level up their cringe with every passing day in video.
Honey, I wouldn't be acting like this if you're not yelling and screaming and treating people like
And shut up.
How about you shut up?
I wish I could.
An internet journey that started as a simple quest for internet fame in the name of faith has now spiraled into a digital disaster, where their dirtiest and nastiest laundry airs for the world to see.
Going through. You're not exposing me at the end of the day. You're exposing yourselves to mankind and to God. God sees the contents of your heart. God sees that you want to make people miserable so you can make fucking money. God sees that. Every day, he sees that. Whatever you do to the least of these, you do unto me. That's what Jesus said.
From their constant dry begging on stream to getting donations from viewers to multiple cases of domestic violence, police arrests, and eventually losing custody of Shanny's children to the Child Protection Services. Their story is a sad and sorry one, especially for Shanny's 2 young sons who are just passengers in the freight train of a life that Shanny and Rev provide them with.
We have no money and no food. You could make a dinner happen. I love you guys. God bless you. We've had no food. Okay, I've had nothing. Shanny got some food with money that we got, praise God, from somebody yesterday, and it was gone in a second. The money was just gone in a second, and she got a sub. It was a $15 sub, like, I don't know.
ShannyForChrist is a single mom with a knack for drama, often at her expense, or that of the people around her, paired with an alcoholic heir who inherited a fortune of about $700,000 and a house, only to burn it all to the ground in less than 2 years. Shanny, with her self-proclaimed supermom title and a laundry list length of unproven and undiagnosed ailments, and Rev, who is a self-styled preacher who thinks Yoda and Jesus are the same guy. Together, they built a social media empire solely based on lies, fights, and dirty filth. They blew through a fortune of almost $1 million on silly stuff like PlayStations, super chats, and weed. They also left their kids in a house that was reeking of cat feces and got stuck on a train tracks on a road trip from hell. Then spontaneously turned their toxic and unhealthy relationship into a public spectacle for all who cared to see, with multiple arrests, CPS interventions, and a scarlet letter-style humiliation that's straight out of a fever dream. Now they're broke after a spell of an unreasonably lavish lifestyle. They're currently crashing with Rev's uncle, begging for donations while their fans, former fans, stay watching in horror and hilarity.
I'm gonna be rich! No, G-Man. You're gonna be poor. Don't threaten me.
This isn't just another influencer scandal. It's a full-blown saga of scams, squalor, and self-destruction that's got the internet hooked, laughing and shaking their heads. From faking cancer to neglecting their kids, from public meltdowns to a shaved head painted with a scarlet A, Shanny and Rev's story is a masterclass in how to tank your life for likes. They dragged their kids, their families, and their dwindling audience through the mud, all for a shot at clout that never came. This is the ShannyForChrist saga, a train wreck so wild, it proves some dramas are too toxic for any For You page.
Maybe it will fit in a bikini afterwards. That's not funny, man. A lot of the times I don't even want to think about it because it scares me so much.
This story matters because Shanny and Rev didn't just ruin their lives. They left a trail of broken families, betrayed trust, and exploited kids in their wake. Their kids, raised in filth and chaos, are now with CPS. Their fans, once loyal, are done with their lies. And what's left of their legacy is a cautionary tale about what happens when you trade dignity for donations. Let's unpack the TikTok and YouTube disaster that proves some people shouldn't be trusted with a camera.
Oh no, G-Man. How could you? How could you dock drop me like that and put my license plate out in my car like that on the internet? How dare you do that, G-Man? How dare you? It's not like someone doesn't see my car or license every single time I go out in the road and drive. Oh my God. Woe is me. And I don't even want the car because it's a junk piece of Oh no! Like the house was a junk piece of
To get a full overview of what went down with Shannon and Rev, we have to go back in time, all the way back to 15 years ago in 2010, where our story kicks off in Pennsylvania. A much younger Shannon McGraw, soon to be ShannyForChrist, is a single mom of 2 boys, William and Zachary, fresh off a divorce from her first husband, Douglas Gratis. Life was already a hot mess for her at that point, with 2 kids, no job, and no real prospects. Only a thirst for drama that even getting her own reality show would not have sufficed. Shanny's not one to lay low. She's loud, unfiltered, and always chasing something bigger. By 2017, 7 years after her last divorce, she's married again, this time to a man named Christopher Dornbush. But even that union crashed and burned when she caught him cheating on her with her best friend. Instead of moving on quietly, Shannon started to spread rumors about Chris for years, only pausing when she thought he might be useful to her again. Take note of that, as it's a recurring pattern we'll see a lot in this story. Shanny keeping people close, but only if they've got something she wants. With her boys in tow and no steady source of income, Shanny moves back in with her elderly parents. You'd think this would be a chance to hit reset, get a job, and focus on her kids. Nope. Shanny turns their home into a nightmare. Her mom later spilled the tea, and it's juicy. Shanny used her dad's car daily, even when she wasn't working. She got fired from her job for filming YouTube videos on the clock. Yup, that's the start of her career. For months, she laid in bed, drinking, crying over a guy, and making everyone miserable. Her mom said, we bought her clothes, her makeup. She got to use her father's car every single day. She laid up in the bed for months doing nothing but drinking alcohol and crying all the time.
She chooses to use it as an excuse to do what she does. And I don't have to explain what she does. I mean, she makes these outrageous videos all the time. She's always crying and carrying on and always, always something negative. Since she was 16 years old, I don't want to say her entire...
It gets worse. Shanny took over the master bedroom, leaving her parents, a couple recovering from surgeries and dealing with health issues, to sleep on a couch and a spare bed. And how did she repay them? By trashing the room. We're talking 2 feet of garbage, food, clothes, and her parents set one rule: hold a job, pay bills. Shanny failed spectacularly, getting canned for her YouTube antics and leaning harder into her content creator dreams. She smoked weed indoors until her parents, citing health issues, forced her outside, which sparked more tantrums. Oh, and get this. She brought a homeless meth addict into the house, claiming he was safe around her kids. Her mom was livid, saying she didn't care who she exposed the boys to.
There was no abuse going on whatsoever. We bought her clothes, we bought her makeup, we bought her, she got to use her father's car every single day. Even when she wasn't working, she got to use her father's car, his truck. So, I mean, she had a way to work, but she wanted to...
Her early on YouTube content is just as wild as her story, if not more unhinged. She starts her channel while she was still with her parents, and it was called ShannyForChrist. There she was posting supermom videos where she brags about parenting and how great she was at it, all while her 2 sons had cereal for dinner. She also begs for PayPal bill money that she actually used to fund her booze and weed addiction, a grift she'll perfect later. In 2014, she caught what seemed to be her first big break, or embarrassment, while on the Drunken Peasants podcast as a guest. On the show, they discover her unhinged claim that the moon was a hoax. According to Shannon, the moon was an artificial light source that was controlled by Satan. She goes on to add that it's not a real celestial body, while also ranting, I don't care what science says, it's controlled by the big old Satan.
I don't believe space is the way they claim it to be.
That guy.
I don't care what science says. Frankly, I don't give a damn because I believe it's all controlled by the big old Satan right now.
Big old Satan.
She doesn't believe in science because I believe it's controlled by the big old Satan right now.
I just want to know, does she believe the moon exists, or is that not real?
I believe the moon is a light source. Like
what? A big piece of rock? Wow. So it's not...
The hosts roast her for ill-informed and damn near stupid remarks, making her a running joke for a few episodes. Shanny, thinking she was now famous, claims she's besties with the amazing atheist, TJ Kirk, saying, me and TJ grew up on YouTube together. TJ barely remembers her later, saying she thought the moon was fake. That's it.
I guess all you could say is, me and TJ, we kind of grew up on YouTube in the Great Debate community, and we've never really stopped.
Her Drunken Peasants appearances reveal even more about her and her level of intelligence. In one stream, she was asked what she'd do if any of her sons grew up and became an atheist. Her response? Absolutely terrible from the self-proclaimed supermom. She said that if any of her sons grew up to be an atheist, her only obligation would be to feed and clothe them. Then, to prove her parenting chops and prowess, she drags William on camera, asking him, what do you think of Jesus Christ? He mumbles, he's awesome, clearly showing that he's been coached on that.
Well, I doubt my children in any way would deny Jesus Christ, so...
But you get my point. That you shouldn't just say, oh, well, I guess I'll have to have very new children because he wants to become atheists.
The only duty I have...
What is going on?
They're having a Christian atheist discussion on a Google Hangout.
No, I mean, like, I don't know. Am I having audio issues?
No. It's a hangout and a bunch of people
Okay, so there's
talk.
just people talking over each other.
Right.
Okay.
The parent, if they turn to be an atheist, is to feed and clothe them. That's all.
Fans later call her out for these terrible actions, calling it disturbing, with one commenting she's forcing religion on her kids for clout. Shanny doesn't stop there. Instead, she doubles down, accusing critics like the Amazing Atheist, who she earlier claimed they grew up together on YouTube, of cyberbullying and threatening legal action against him, all because he chose to distance himself from her and her problems. It's delusional, but it's Shanny's brand, craving attention no matter how embarrassing or shameful it gets. She would prioritize clout literally over anything else. After that fallout, what follows is when Shanny dives into the great debate community, a corner of YouTube where religious creators argue about God's existence. It's niche, it's weird, and it's where she meets two guys who change everything. G-Man, a dude she flirts with like it's her job, and Jason Rev Egolf, a man who'd become her partner in chaos. Jason Rev, whose real name is Jason William Egolf, was a freshly widowed alcoholic with a $700,000 inheritance and a house from his late mother, who died of cancer. He's preaching under the name Revelation News, mixing gospel with booze-fueled rants. Shanny smelling money zeroes in.
God bless you guys. I just want it clear that when you're on here, it's about me. Okay? Don't bring Shanny into it because she's done with it. Okay? You're happy to have me? Well, thank you. I'll preach. Finally fasting for life. I'll preach. That's probably what this will become. It's going to become what it was going to be, which is prophecy stuff and news and stuff like that. Make some Christian chat. Exactly. That's good stuff. So yeah, I'll be back, but let's just make it clear.
Strongly believe that ShannyForChrist now was false flagged on YouTube. I don't believe they had any reason to take down all 3 of her YouTube channels, and I'm very happy that Shanny is going to cooperate and help me with some of my future legal stuff that I'm going to be dealing with in the future. I've met both their children, and I think they're doing good jobs in terms of like feeding them, making sure that they're learning things or whatever, having the freedom to be able to play games and, and just do what normal children do. They obviously feed them. They was doing it on camera. And then because Shanny was smiling and being happy, they decided they wanted to call CPS because there was no harm coming before those kids or anything like that. They got some explaining to do because they're lying to everybody about what's happening with those kids. Those kids ain't being neglected. They're doing better than me.
It's a messy love triangle. Shanny flirts hard with G-Man, stringing him along, but her real target is Rev's wealth. Rev resists at first, but Shanny's persistent.
1 minute, Shanny's a diva?
But may I say, I am a fucking diva? And I don't like some fool scrub calling up my phone or freaking blowing up my phone with text messages being desperate.
The next minute, she isn't.
So you ruining a ministry that I've been holding on to for a really long time.
Ooh, because everyone should know by now that I am a petty.
By 2018, she's got him hooked, and their drama's about to go next level. Her parents, fed up with her joblessness and filth, kick her out. Shanny refuses to leave, so the cops have to drag her and her boys out. With nowhere else to go, she moves in with Rev, and the real chaos begins. Shanny does not waste any more time. By 2018, she's already convinced Rev to ditch his Pennsylvania roots, his family, his friends, his support network, basically the whole life that he had before her, and move to Colorado, a state where weed's legal and Rev's isolated, fully under her spell. Some fans speculate that it was a control tactic. Others say it's all about the pot. Either way, it's a power move. They sell Rev's inherited house to G-Man. That's the guy from the great debate community that she always flirts with. The price of the house? Well, multiple reports suggest that it wasn't too heavy on the pocket for G-Man, as it was only for $1. Yeah, it was a rundown property that was abandoned for a while, but it was worth way more than $1. Unconcerned about that, Shanny brags on stream that they're starting fresh, while Rev's still a little foggy from his alleged Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, which is a brain condition from alcoholism that causes confusion and coordination issues in frequent users, nods along, oblivious to the disaster that was brewing.
Because I'm out of my mind.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to be out of your mind. I'm really tired of it. of being treated bad by you.
I know how to solve it.
Yeah, what do you expect me to do? I can barely walk and you want me out on the streets?
No, I said I know how to solve it.
Yeah, alcohol, so you can go and beat the out of me like last time.
Right.
Yeah,
say that. Say that.
You're a piece of No, you're a disgusting piece of
As soon as they get to Colorado, they rent a house and go full influencer mode, living like they were the stars of a low-budget reality TV show. Shanny's in her element, blowing Rev's inheritance money like it was just a game of Monopoly. We're talking $5,000 spent on camera gear for their YouTube channel, $2,000 on a hot tub that they never use, $10,000 on DoorDash binges, and a scalped PlayStation 5 that they flaunt for weeks on end. Shanny was obsessed with looking rich, posting their hauls of microphones, lights, and even some designer clothes, feeling like they were finally living the dream. The unchecked spending did not stop there, as they continued their splurge by throwing thousands of dollars in super chats to YouTubers like Foodie Beauty, Chantal Marie, who is a fellow drama magnate that Shanny white knights for her clout. Then, in a desperate attempt to calm their nerves after blowing so much money on frivolities, they decided to enter Wall Street. So they drop $100,000 on a stock market gamble, but that flops. They even gifted random strangers cash and other stuff just to flex like they were really rich. They eventually scored a cameo in a Shane Dawson video about Jeffree Star, which seemed like the highest point for them in all their desperate attempts to become famous. Shanny, already thinking they're no A-listers after their cameo airs, claims we're famous now. Spoiler alert, it's only a background clip, probably a prank or error by Dawson's editor.
Oh, this is so cool.
Wow, this is cool.
Will it fit over the tits?
I don't think so. You have huge tits. Your tits are huge.
But behind the scenes, their kids were suffering. Shanny's two boys, William and Zachary, who are stuck in the backseat of their chaotic lives, are often being ignored. In one clip, Shanny laughs about being late to pick them up from school because she and Rev were caught up being famous. The teachers are fed up, the boys are crying, but Shanny's too busy chasing clout to care. She brags we're freaking like Brangelina, except better looking, while her kids beg for attention.
Where are you? Daddy! Daddy! He's gonna come out crying because we're like 5 minutes. The thing is why we were late at the school is we got like caught up.
As they spent more time together, the more deluded they became about their realities, and their contents also got weirder. Believe it or not, their Revelation News channel that was meant for Christian preaching had now become a platform where they mixed stoned rants with absurd claims, like Rev saying Jesus and Keanu Reeves are basically the same vibe. Later on, they decide to launch an OnlyFans page sometime in early 2020. In a lame effort in trying to cash in, they lower the subscription from $29.99 to $6, begging for bath time livestream subs, but fans call it horrifying. One user's post sums it up, "I can smell them through my screen." The trolling ramps up. A user named Dragnot leaks their address, sparking a Shanny meltdown where she screams like she's some Beverly Hills star who is now at risk of being burgled or something. "You're ruining my life," she screams. Redditor make threats to mock her victim act and got comments like, "She's not famous, she's infamous." Shanny's continued obsession with Foodie Beauty peaks in 2019, when she declares a jihad on Reactor's Charlie Gold and Life of a Free Spirit, accusing them of racism against white women, with Foodie Beauty being the victim here. In a now deleted October stream back in 2019, she rants,
I guess it's okay in America for a white woman to be called white and a white and all these other things. It's okay for that to happen and for all of you guys to cover up.
She claims her great debate community is stronger than the beauty community, saying, "We can kick your ass better." Fans roast her, with one tweeting, "Shanny's crying in her mom's backyard again." She deletes the videos, but not before it spreads, revealing the shallow, attention-seeking degenerate that she was at that time. They burned through the $700,000 fortune in less than 2 years. Gone, all of it. The house they sold to G-Man for $1, a rundown property, sure, but worth way more, is another loss. By the end, they've got nothing but $115,000 in back rent and Rev's car. Rev, no longer foggy from his alleged Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, starts showing his anger. The fights go viral and they're ugly.
You come near me like that again? You talk to me like that
I'm tired of having a woman that treats me this way. I'm sick of it.
Look how you're treating me.
I am sick of it.
Honey, I wouldn't be acting like this if you're not yelling and screaming and treating people like you demand respect. I demand respect because I'm paying for everything.
All I give you is respect.
I demand respect because I'm paying for everything. How about not bite the hand that feeds you?
I'd have 700 grand left if it wasn't for you.
Yeah, why don't you leave me alone?
How about you leave me?
Rev suggests that he's been financially supporting everything and everyone while Shannon sits on her ass for 3 years. Shanny fires back, claiming she's trying and she can barely walk, given her health issues, but the truth is clear. They're broke and the dream's dead. Shanny later ends up accusing Rev of cheating with a woman named Caitlin, and Rev gets mad at her even though it seemed like the truth. In his rage, he rambles about wishing he could rip his thing off after being in Shannon. It's raw, disgusting, and all on camera for their shrinking audience to see. Then comes their eventual eviction. On December 6th, 2019, their alleged landlord boots them out with policemen present, marking Shanny's second forcible removal from a place. The house is in a state like a biohazard happened within its walls. A local films the aftermath of the apartment after they had just left, and it's grim. The whole place was trashed. Cat piss and feces was littered in almost every corner. The fridge was filled with stale and rotten food that could be perceived 100 meters away. The video also revealed that Shanny's boys lived in this squalor, despite her supermom claims.
God knows how long. That stinks. Oh, that reeks. Ooh, what? Okay. Yeah, no, see? Ooh. Like... Oh, this is terrible.
This place is an absolute...
In one of the rooms, there was only one air mattress that was placed bare on the ground. Then the guinea pig cage was also placed in the room with barely any furniture.
Living in filth.
The child's bed. Again, I was paid to come in here and just take a film and get the hell out.
For her other son that had been diagnosed with autism, they'd had a lot of stuffed toys littered around, with another air mattress and bedspreads that were well soiled already.
Pain.
Here's the Look at this place. I think it's maybe Zach's room. Yeah. Jackets. Well, at least he gets those.
You would think that this was just neglect from their parents. That's why the rooms were in such a deplorable condition. But that's just not the case, as a look into Shannon's and Rev's room reveals that it's not a case of neglect. It was just the living conditions set by their parents. Their room was somehow worse than that of the children. First of all, it was stuffed to the brim. There wasn't any real room for free movements. They also had a mini fridge, hot plate cooker, as well as a microwave, all in a room so that they could have no reason to leave. The bed in there was much bigger than what the boys had, but the person recording said that there was a strong stench coming from the room, and you could see obvious discolorations on the sheets. This was clearly not an ideal place for a human to live, but somehow they all managed in there.
I'm not sure what actually is that smelling in here. It's a body and like cigarette. Like I want to try to say they were smoking weed, but it don't smell like it. It smells like it was just. I'm walking over a 2-foot tall pile of clothes right now, like can of cat food sitting open. This place, it's just god awful. Food, trash, a sink.
After they'd hit the road with whatever limited stuff they could travel with, Shannon then went on a live stream inviting locals to loot the place, saying, "Take it, we don't need it," while leaving the garage doors open. Locals raid it, grabbing TVs and toys, and the internet goes wild, with Reddit threads calling it a new low.
When you walk in, the first smell is feces, some scented something or another. Lots of like tobacco smell, probably something mixed with, probably something heavily mixed with Oh God, I can't think. It's weird. It smells like weed, but like really bad weed. And
with $115,000 in debt and no money, Shanny and Rev pack Rev's car, 2 kids, 2 cats, a guinea pig, and a mountain of junk, and hit the road for Pennsylvania. Rev's November 25th, 2019 hit-and-run accident, where he fled the scene, likely drunk, although solely on speculation, adds legal heat, with the case still open. Shanny, on the other hand, remains unfazed and live streams their exit, laughing, "We're free now." But the reality? They're broke, their kids are neglected, and their famous dream is dead. This cross-country disaster is next, and it's just as messy as you'd expect from Shanny. With Colorado in the rear view and Shanny and Rev are on the run, well, a more accurate description looking at the bigger picture would be a slow-motion disaster in a beat-up car. Evicted with police force, $115,000 in debt, and Rev's hit-and-run case looming, they've packed their lives into a vehicle that's one pothole away from giving up. So it's Shanny, Rev, their 2 boys, William and Zachary, 2 cats, a guinea pig, and a pile of junk so chaotic it could star in a hoarder documentary.
The garage door at our address is open. Anybody in Colorado that's near it, go in and get anything.
The cross-country road trip from Colorado to Pennsylvania is peak Shanny and Rev, equal parts hilarious and horrifying. With no money and no plan, they livestream every chaotic moment, turning their car into a rolling reality show. Rev, cranky from teen withdrawal, snaps at Shanny and her boys constantly. The kids, crammed in a backseat overflowing with junk, are caught in the crossfire, alongside 2 cats and a guinea pig.
Honey, you need to get back on the highway. I wanted to check on him. Is he, because you see
Can
him?
we go park somewhere so we're not, like, in the middle of traffic? Can you use your head and get off the side of the goddamn road and go down and park somewhere smart?
Shut the up. If he's okay, I can get back on, no problem. Get the cat on your lap, you idiot! If he's on that floor again, you are getting your ass. Do you hear me?
What?
Piece of.
Jason William Egroff. Stop this.
No, I won't. You're not a mother. You don't say anything. I'm so sick of it.
I literally was saying something.
I'm sick.
Rev's contempt for Shanny's sons, especially the older one with diagnosed mental health issues, is blatant. He calls them annoying and worse, right in front of Shanny, who does nothing to stop it. Their fights are a public spectacle. It's a toxic mess, and the kids are trapped in it. The trip's most iconic moment, Rev, in a brain-dead GPS fail, drives their car onto train tracks and gets stuck. Yeah, actual train tracks. It was a moment so absurd it's practically legend at this point. So as the trip went on and they reached somewhere in the Midwest, Rev follows a glitchy GPS and drives onto active train tracks. The car gets stuck, and the possibility of a freight train barreling toward them any minute makes them all fear for their lives. Shanny, who is still live streaming every moment, shrieks, "We're gonna die," while Rev fumbles, muttering, "The roads need better labels." They call the cops, who rescue them, and miraculously, they free the car just in time. But Shanny's meltdown is Oscar-worthy. She sobs, "I'm having a heart attack. It's the GPS's fault." While they all made it out alive, the internet loses it. Fans roast them, with one comment summing up how bad the situation must be for the kids. "I feel bad for the kids in this situation. Unless they're aware of what's wrong, they'll end up like losers like their egg and donors."
Please, Jesus.
There'll be a road down here. Oh my God, is that a road?
It might be.
Or is that train track?
Just be careful.
Oh my God, this is so crazy.
Can you move over a little bit more? Thank you. Oh my God. Try to go over them. Oh God.
No. That's it. No. We're wrecked. We're wrecked.
Oh.
No. That's it. We're wrecked.
In one stream, Shanny pleads, "We need $200 for a room tonight," while Rev slurring adds, "God bless the super chats." Fans call it grift, pointing out Rev's uncle's offer to house them. One Reddit post snarks, "They're not homeless, they're just allergic to responsibility." They finally make it to Pennsylvania, crashing with Rev's uncle, their biggest enabler. But even he has limits. The car was already a wreck, the kids are traumatized, and the guinea pig's gone. Shanny spins it as a victory, saying that they made it, and that was a shame to the haters. But the reality's bleak. They're broke, CPS is watching, and their famous dream is now a distant memory. They promise to get jobs, but they don't. Instead, they get kicked out again. Then they just keep on bouncing between motels, G-Man's house, and random apartments, always one step away from homelessness. Their fights get uglier, and Shanny's jealousy goes nuclear. During their time back in Pennsylvania, Shanny and Rev's relationship had hit rock bottom. Rev was not helping. He starts drinking again, despite Shanny's claims she forced him to quit cold turkey. In one stream, he's visibly drunk, slurring about Yoda's wisdom while Shanny laughs it off. One night after a drunken argument over Detective Pikachu, a movie Rev deems beneath him, Shanny snaps and hits him. Then, in a wild twist, she calls the cops, claiming Rev hit her. The police take one look at Rev's bruises and haul Shanny away in 2 pairs of handcuffs, screaming, "I get put in jail and he hits me." It's a clown show, but the internet eats it up for entertainment.
Hey, officer, what's he get arrested for hitting me?
Stand up.
Can I go? Please.
No, stand up.
Please. Officer.
Stand up. You got one more chance. Stand by your back.
Can you put some front lines, please? I have fibromyalgia.
We can double them up. You want to double them up? You want to put your hands behind your back?
He needs to take care of the boys.
Are you okay with that?
Can I talk to him real quick? Did he put charges on me, or is it?
Just turn around.
I'm
asking you.
You need to.
Are you okay with anyone?
Yeah. I have no choice. I have no choice.
Do you have any family or anything else in the area?
I have no one in my life. And I'm going to jail. How long am I going to stay in jail? Can you drop the charges?
So the way it works in Colorado is he's not pressing charges.
Rev left with the boys is a mess, but Shanny's arrest isn't the worst of it. Another fight, this time over a movie Shanny's son wants to watch, sends Rev into a rage. While watching a movie one night with Shanny's sons, Rev gets into an argument with the younger of her 2 sons over what movie to watch. And in the heat of the moment, he loses it on the kid. There's no confrontation that he laid hands on the boy, but he did enough to warrant an arrest that night. He was then taken to jail and remained there for a while, for about 2 weeks or so. Shanny would then allegedly disavow Rev, saying that she does not want anything to do with him anymore and that she is through with him. But that would all turn out to be false, because for the while he was in prison, she was trying to raise funds for his bail. All her efforts came to nothing until Rev's uncle heard of his arrest and came up with the bail for his release. After that, Shanny completely forgot about all that she said earlier about him and how she was done with him and all those lies she told earlier. She welcomed him back home with open arms, but it came at a cost to her. Due to her having multiple reports sent to the Child Protective Service concerning her case and that of her children, when the last case of assault that led to Rev's arrest happened, the CPS was also involved. When Shanny is no stranger to CPS scrutiny, fans have been reporting her since Colorado, citing the filthy house and extremely poor living conditions. This time it wasn't a walk in the park for her. So when Rev made his return into her life, the CPS was immediately alerted over the safety of the kids with him back in the house. And as soon as they came, Shanny was presented with 2 choices. Keep your sons and part with Rev, as she already said that she would. The other option was to have Rev stay while her children went to their custody. Shanny chose to keep Rev, and the CPS parted with her kids, which is probably the best for them from the glimpses of their real lives that's seen. Shanny's own legal troubles, her 2019 arrest assault for whipping and slapping Rev, add tension. She's on probation, yet she's live streaming like it's no big deal and taunting trolls. It's bold but stupid, and the internet's eating it up. But still, their dream life together is far from a reality. With no kids, no money, and no shame, Shanny and Rev lean harder into their grift. They crash with Rev's uncle again, turning his white walls yellow with cigarette smoke and filth. Their YouTube and TikTok content, pure begging. were starving Rev Wines, asking for PayPal donations for food, weed, or anniversaries.
It's the #1 e-beggar on the internet, Revelation News. I want to be the best e-beggar possible.
Oh, gosh.
So I'm begging you right now because I'm going to pass out and die. Could I get like 20 or 30 bucks for some food?
Shanny claims a laundry list of ailments: breast cancer, fibromyalgia, restless leg syndrome, osteoarthritis from a vague injury at 17. None of them are proven, and her cancer scam gets reported to the authorities.
You have different ailments.
To go to the hospital and check her out, see what's going on. Not sure how long we'll be there or anything. But there's tests she needs to get done, so we'll get them done too. But I just wanted you to know that Shanny's going to the hospital. But yeah, we're off. We're off to the hospital to see how she's doing and what's up. So I don't know. I want to make sure that this.
Upon return from the hospital, Shanny calls out the fat on her hands and body as swelling. A swelling! She has gained rapid weight, but is still too delusional to admit the clear and obvious fact. She'd rather lie and gaslight herself to believe what she prefers.
God, I look swollen in my hands even.
Yeah, you got swelling everywhere. You do.
God. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, you got swelling everywhere, honey.
Oh, this is so bad.
Rev defends her, saying she's not a binge eater, despite her ridiculous weight gain and their junk food binges. When trolls question her injury timeline, Shanny calls them ableist and claims her clips are out of context. She rants, "I've suffered enough," while Rev begs fans to feed the homeless like them, even shouting out a Chinese guy he bums cigarettes from. The irony? They're not homeless, just broke, leeching off Rev's uncle. The story of these two takes a darker turn when Shanny catches Rev texting another woman and then goes berserk over it. The hypocrisy is wild. Shanny, who's been flirting shamelessly with G-Man for years, even convincing Rev to sell him his mother's house for only $1. But if Rev so much as looks at another woman, war. Case in point, the Scarlet Letter incident. When Shanny catches Rev messaging escorts who were most likely trolls that were catfishing him, she loses it. She shaves his head, paints a giant A on his forehead, a nod to the Scarlet Letter's adultery symbol, and humiliates him on a live stream. Does it feel good? She taunts him, adding a little bit of dye on his scalp for extra shame. She won't let him change his hair, claiming it's his punishment.
I added black to it so you could be manly about it. Now you can show everyone. Does it feel good? Does it feel good?
No.
Good.
Fans are torn. Some call it abusive, others laugh at Rev's pathetic "I did this for her" defense.
Everything they're saying is get the hell out now. You're abused horribly, get out.
Yeah, get out.
I am.
Get out. You don't love me. You never did.
See, I did this for her. This. I look like this now. And that was for her. This is for her.
How many women have I found?
Comments flood in, calling out to Rev to run for his life, pointing out to how he's been looking miserable for a while now. But Shanny's guilt trips, blaming him for CPS, keep him trapped. It's a toxic cycle, and the internet's front row seat makes it worse. As some sort of vindication, or like a middle finger to her imaginary haters again, Shanny allegedly starts taking Ozempic, which is a weight loss drug that suppresses one's appetite, all in an effort to lose weight herself.
Check it, guys. Look at this. What? Holy. Now say that she's not losing weight, okay? Try that. Try it. Piece of Maranatha.
Their Revelation News channel, meant to be about faith, is now a mess filled with videos of them getting high on weed or whatever their poison for the day is. Other times they're arguing and ranting about Yoda being likened to Jesus. Rev's anarcho-communist analogies and Shanny's prophet claims are peak cringe, with fans re-uploading their deleted videos like hidden gems of obscurity. They watch other people's gameplay, scarf down taxpayer-funded meals, and beg for more, although Rev looks increasingly emaciated, hinting at deeper issues. The trolling gets worse. Fans call out their lies, from Shanny's fake illnesses to Rev's claims of millions of listens on a crashed PC. One troll passing as a woman from Norway sparks another Shanny meltdown. Rev swears he's happy with Shanny, but his outbursts, like calling out AVGN for drinking shitty Rolling Rock beer, shows a man tired, defeated, and now unraveling.
Yeah, he's drinking. Do you see that he's drinking Pac-Man cup with in it? What the is that? Is there something wrong with you to follow a man that chugs diarrhea, James Rolfe, drinks Rolling Rock beer? I want Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Their latest grift, claiming Shanny's vitamin D deficiency and hospital visits need funding, all while smoking indoors and eating their uncle's food. When Shanny's admitted to a mental hospital, Rev begs for $100 to get her home, calling the system disgusting. Shanny, fresh from a bath and a cigarette, complains about poor treatment and threatens to sue. The entitlement is unreal. The real tragedy isn't Shanny and Rev's downfall, it's the collateral damage. Shanny's boys raised in filth and chaos are taken by CPS, likely for the best. Shanny claims she's sacrificing for them, saying, "I don't want them back until I'm better." But her actions, filming fights, neglecting their home, tell a different story. Those kids deserve peace, not a mom who prioritizes clout over care. Rev's uncle, their last lifeline, keeps enabling them, but his patience is wearing thin. Their room's a health hazard, and their fights are constant. Rev blames Shanny for squandering his inheritance. Shanny blames him for losing her kids. Yet they stay together, too codependent to break free. Fans who once supported Shanny have jumped ship, tired of her lies and victim act. Comments like, "You did this to yourselves," flood their streams. Shanny and Rev thought they'd be internet stars, but they're just infamous. Their scams from fake cancer to vitamin D grift are exposed. Their fights from train tracks to scarlet letters are memes. And their kids, they're the real victims, caught in a content grind that turned family chaos into clicks. Shanny's still preaching her profit nonsense, Rev's still begging for blessings, but the internet's done with their circus. This saga proves some dramas are too toxic for any platform. Shanny and Rev didn't just ruin their lives, they shattered their families for a shot at fame that never came. From $700,000 to homelessness, from supermom to CPS, they're a cautionary tale of what happens when you chase clout over everything else. What's next? Will they keep grifting? Rev's mental and physical decline is stark. By 2020, he was already emaciated, with viewers noting his skeletal look in streams. Some speculated it's a result of his drug use or worse, an untreated illness, but Shanny insisted that he's just stressed. Rev's behavior grew erratic too with time. He's comparing himself to Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk 2077, or claiming that they sleep to space videos while teaching us about its spiritual benefits.
Through the game of Cyberpunk, you get Johnny will just walk in on you, and he's like, "What's up?" And he starts talking to you. And you start learning about what his beliefs are, and he's an anarchist.
His uncle, their reluctant host, started setting boundaries, tired of Shanny's bath and cigarette routine and Rev's drinking. In one stream, Shanny whined, "He's threatening to kick us out," but Rev's uncle relented, unable to abandon them. Fans on Kiwi Farms called him an enabler, with one post reading, "He's their last lifeline, and they're burning it." The fallout was brutal. Shanny's follower count plummeted as fans ditched her, leaving comments like, "You're not victims, you're scammers." CPS kept monitoring, with the boy's future uncertain. Shanny's arrest, the scarlet letter stunt, and her neglect painted a grim picture. She kept streaming, oblivious, ranting about justice while Rev spiraled. The internet watched, equal parts horrified and hooked, with ex-posts predicting they're one meltdown from rock bottom. But rock bottom, it's closer than they think, and the next act's Grift Fest will prove it. This is one of the most dysfunctional families online.
I'm going home to my sweet children. I cannot wait to hug them and just meld them into wool.
And with Ruby Franke, the mother, at the helm of things, child neglect and manipulation is commonplace.
Have been a masterful manipulator.
Her manipulation goes as far as threatening to starve the kids, and then eventually goes ahead to starve them. So when it comes to bad parenting, Ruby is the master at it.
Do you know what mating is?
Yeah.
Do you want to learn?
What about hate on a certain group of people?
LGBTQ. And I think there's 9 now. Plus. Thus, it's another of these movements that are going on in our world that is divisive.
This is a story that will touch your heart, a story that made its way to national TV. The story of Ruby Franke, how she aligned herself with a dangerous cult leader, and how it ended up being her doom. When people talk about 8 passengers, the first name that pops up is Ruby Franke, and that's because she was the one running the show. Ruby, a mom of 6 from Utah, started the 8 Passengers YouTube channel in early 2015 to share her family's everyday life. Not long after, she also set up an Instagram page to keep the updates going there too. Her first Instagram post came in June 2015, a sweet photo of her daughter Eve, who looked like she was about 2 to 3 years old at the time. The next day, she shared a post about how well her YouTube channel was going. At that point, she had 888 subscribers and was clearly excited. She captioned it, "Check it out, 888 subscribers." When I went to China in 2012, I learned that the number 8 is very lucky. It must be our lucky day. Maybe that lucky number 8 had a bigger meaning for Ruby than just being cool. It might be why she thought it was the perfect name for their channel. After all, there were 8 of them. Ruby, her husband, and their 6 kids. It just felt right. But fast forward to today, and that once popular channel is gone. 8 Passengers has completely disappeared from YouTube after it was taken down. We'll get into all the drama behind that later. Quick little detour. Ever wondered why the number 8 is considered lucky in China? Well, according to a source, it's all about how it sounds. In Mandarin, the word for 8 is ba, and it sounds a lot like fa, which means wealth or prosperity. Because of that, people started linking the number 8 with good luck, money, and success. No wonder Ruby was so excited about those 888 subscribers. Back to the main story. At first, Ruby's new YouTube channel didn't blow up overnight. Things were moving pretty slowly. She then came up with a way to draw more attention to her channel. At the time, she was just about to hit 10,000 subscribers. So in November 2015, she posted on Instagram with an exciting caption, "You helped us reach 10,000 subscribers. To show our thanks, we are announcing a big giveaway." It was a smart move. Who doesn't love free stuff? By January 2016, things really started to pick up. Ruby was gaining about 350 new subscribers every day and had already reached around 32,000 subscribers within her first year. As the fame grew, she decided to expand her presence even more by launching a Facebook page. And of course, she proudly shared the news with her Instagram followers. Maybe that lucky number 8 was already working its magic. Either way, Ruby kept going strong, posting video after video about her family's daily life.
The morning of a trip, we like to be nice and slow and quiet.
Well, believe it or not, there are people out there who actually sit and watch these videos for fun. Personally, a lot of it feels pretty cringy to me, just to be honest. But let's look at it from another standpoint. Raising 6 kids in today's economy isn't exactly easy. So maybe that's why even her husband was on board with the whole thing. Sometimes making ends meet means doing things you never thought you'd do, like turning your family life into content.
Calmness.
And honestly, that's not how a reasonable parent should be waking up their kids. These are the kinds of things kids might do. Running around, being loud, playing rough, and it's the parent's job to step in, set boundaries, and calm things down. But instead, we see Ruby doing the same things just to get views, all for content. Still, her channel kept growing. A big reason for that was the support she got from her extended family. Her sisters Ellie Meckham, Bonnie Holeen, Julie Deru, and others. They were also running family YouTube channels and often featured each other, which helped Ruby gain even more followers. But when things started falling apart for Ruby, those same people who once boosted her turned their backs on her.
I am not my sister. I am not my sister's mistakes.
So how did it all go wrong? We'll be looking into all of that in the next few parts of the video. But before we go any further, let's get to know the family a bit better just to make everything clear as we move along. We already know Ruby, the mom and the face of the channel. Her husband is Kevin Franke, whom she married back in 2000 after they met as students at Brigham Young University. Together they had 6 kids. First is Shari, born in 2003. Then came Chad in 2005, followed by Abby in 2007, Julie in 2009, Russell in 2011, and finally the youngest, Eve, born in 2013. A full house and the 8 behind 8 passengers. Over the next few years, 8 passengers turned into a viral sensation. By 2020, the channel had racked up around 2.5 million subscribers and crossed over 1 billion views. But as we all know, with big numbers and big attention come big controversies. So now let's dive into some of the most shocking and talked about controversies this family has faced over the years. Let's check out some of the weirdest moments caught on camera, where there is a lot of questionable parenting coming from Ruby.
Oh, are you... Eve, did you kiss him, or Boston, did you kiss her?
In the video, it looked like Ruby found it amusing that her youngest daughter, Eve, was kissing her cousin. Now, I know people might have different opinions on this, but honestly, this is how those cousin-to-cousin intimacies start. Sure, it might seem harmless when they're little, but I personally think it's something parents should gently discourage. Kids copy what they see, and it's the adult's job to set boundaries early on. What do you think, though? Is it okay to let stuff like that slide at home, or should it be addressed right away?
If you cut one more thing in my house, I'm going to take the scissors, look at me, and I'm going to cut its head off.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with correcting a child when they're being destructive. That's what kids do, and it's a parent's job to guide them. But when you start using traumatic threats to get your message across, that's where things get dangerous. It can mess with the child's mind. They might grow up thinking that threats are a normal way to deal with problems. And sadly, those are often the same kids who take that behavior to school, become bullies, acting out or hurting others. We've seen it time and time again. Many bullies come from homes where fear and dysfunction are part of daily life. Just look at Eve's reaction in that clip. She looked scared, not corrected.
And I'm going to cut its head off.
According to research published by the National Library of Medicine, a dysfunctional family environment is associated with the onset of episodes of anxiety, aggressiveness, and impulsivity in children, impairing their ability to develop conflict resolution tactics with their peers and putting them at greater risk of displaying violent, aggressive, and bullying behaviors outside the home environment.
Give me some breakfast. You don't need food.
Just look at the kid's face. This isn't something that should be used for content. By this point, Ruby had already gained hundreds of thousands of subscribers on her YouTube channel and was making money off her family's daily life.
And I'm telling you, I was making millions. And I left.
But starving her kids just to get a reaction for the camera? That's beyond cruel. And the sad part is, this wasn't a one-time thing. Using fear, guilt, and manipulation seemed to be her method for parenting and in creating content.
You can't come in the kitchen and take whatever you want, whenever you want. Are you hungry?
Yeah.
Are you a growing boy? Is that why you keep getting into the kitchen?
Yeah.
What happened here is just heartbreaking. The poor kid was so hungry, he had to sneak into the kitchen just to find something to eat. Ruby seemed to be expecting it. She had her phone camera ready, like she was waiting to catch him in the act, all for content. What kind of mother does that? It's hard to understand how someone could be so comfortable putting their own child through that just to get views.
I will feed you a very good lunch, but you have got to promise to stay out of the kitchen. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The kid would most likely not go into the kitchen if he were not starving. Most kids don't even want to cook or do anything to get food on their own. They would prefer to be brought to the dining table ready for them to eat.
Lunch is in 1 hour. I think you're cute when you're sad.
No.
The poor hungry kid had to wait another whole hour before he could eat. There wasn't anything in the fridge she could have given him in the meantime, a snack, some fruit, anything. And what kind of mother looks at a sad, upset child and thinks it's cute? It's like she wanted them to stay unhappy, just so she could capture those moments on camera. It's hard to watch, and even harder to understand how a parent could think this kind of behavior is okay. A lot of people in the comments section shared this sentiment. One user said, "Poor little thing, he was hungry and distraught, and she stuck a camera in his face. I want to hug that little boy, this breaks my heart." Another commenter described Ruby perfectly, saying, "An abusive mother blames and shames her child for eating food. Sick and psychopathic. Her tone of voice is psychotically controlling. This person is absolutely right. What kind of mother would say something like that to her son?"
You, Chad, I'm really glad you're home. Our house is so much better with you here. But there's one part of me that really hates that you're here.
This is one of the big reasons why some people believe the kids aren't safe with Ruby. Sure, some might say it's just for content, but there's always something deeper going on. The way she talks sometimes, it feels like she's subconsciously fed up with having so many kids around, and maybe she doesn't even realize it. But still, as an adult and a parent, she should have thought about all this before choosing to have 6 kids. Being overwhelmed is one thing, but taking it out on your children and using it for views, that's something else entirely. For those who are wondering if her husband was in on all this behavior, here is a clip of her being unreasonable while he sits there just nodding his bald head in agreement.
Controversial experience that when I share it, people are kind of like, what? But we had a child who was showing up dishonest, irresponsible, not humble in the home. Dishonest, irresponsible, not humble at school. Dishonest, irresponsible, not humble at peers' homes.
Whose fault is it that your child is acting this way? Most kids reflect what they see at home. The love, the attention, or sometimes the lack of it. When a child starts acting irresponsible or a bit chaotic, like Ruby described, it's often just their way of showing frustration or confusion about what's going on around them. They don't always have the words, so their actions speak for them. So what was Ruby trying to prove by bringing this up? Instead of helping her child, it felt more like she was blaming them. And for what?
But there was one place he always showed up, and that was at his sport of choice, football. And he did exactly what the coaches said. If the coaches told him to do something, he'd do it, and he'd do it extra. If he saw teammates who were...
Wait, what? That's the one thing he needs to get rid of? Seriously? That's coming from someone who claims to be this kid's mother. The so-called chaotic child finally finds peace and joy in football, a space where he's supported, appreciated, and maybe even feels truly loved. And that's the thing Ruby wants to take away from him? Why? Is it jealousy? Is she upset that he's getting from the field what he's missing at home? It's hard to believe she actually said that out loud on camera like it made perfect sense. And now here comes her so-called reason for wanting to take football away from her own son.
We need to get rid of it because he's being compartmentalized and he's manipulating because obviously he knows how to show up responsible because he's showing up responsible. He just doesn't want to show up responsible at home. He doesn't want to show up responsible at school. He's not willing to be honest, responsible, and humble for his thoughts, his feelings, and his choices everywhere else. He's just doing what he wants. And he just happened to want to be above and beyond at football. Why? Because that's where he was getting his worth.
Yep.
And so when we took away football, we took away his worth. That's what
So let's get this straight. Just because he's showing responsibility on the field, Ruby decides that must mean he's being manipulated? That he's only acting that way because it's not who he truly is? And her solution? Take him away from the one place where he's actually thriving. That's unbelievably negative. Instead of seeing this as a turning point, a chance for him to build confidence and maybe start turning things around in other parts of his life, she chooses to shut it down. If something brings a kid happiness and purpose, shouldn't a parent encourage that? Not to tear it away? According to a doctor, it's an opportunity for them to see how hard work can help them overcome challenges. When Ruby took the football away from her kid, she denied him the opportunity to improve. All he's going to get is a camera in his face on a daily basis. But do these kids even enjoy being filmed by their mother?
Can you not film it? So I just
Ruby pretended like her daughter was okay with being filmed, but you could tell she wasn't. Stuff like this can get annoying. That kind of constant exposure can really take a toll on a kid. Worse still, it opens that up to being teased or bullied by other kids at school or in the neighborhood because of what's been shared online. And Ruby doesn't seem to care. As long as the camera's rolling and the views keep coming, her kid's comfort takes a back seat.
So I just want...
She just got rejected.
She has no idea what I'm gonna say. She's like thinking, she's conjuring up the worst things in her head.
Because it probably is going to be the worst things in my...
I can't even imagine what they're going through. You could see it all over her face, the tension, the nerves. The moment her mom was about to ask that question, she looked so uncomfortable, like she wanted to disappear.
And Julie has been asking all summer if she can shave her legs and armpits, and I
never said that. I don't want to.
You don't?
No. Julie, you should shave your
I think your armpits...
I really admire Julie for having the courage to say that to her face. When you're constantly posting content without putting real thought or creativity into it, you eventually hit a wall. And that's when the lies start creeping in just to keep people interested. By this point, even her own kids didn't seem to respect her content anymore. In the beginning, they used to go along with the manipulation and the fake moments, but now they're clearly over it. But what really bothers me is why she felt the need to announce to the world that her daughter wanted to shave a particular part of her body. What was the point of that? Who was she trying to appeal to? Because that kind of content only attracts the wrong kind of attention and the wrong type of people.
Julie, you should shave your...
I think your armpits need to be shaved more than your legs do.
When you start speaking, or when you start getting BO...
These are the kinds of things that should stay within the family. Private moments, not internet content. Posting something so personal is wrong. Imagine how Julie must have felt if her friends saw that video and started teasing her, calling her hairy or making fun of her. And let's not pretend her age mates don't have phones. Of course they do. Kids these days are online and they see everything. What makes it even worse is that despite having a mom who's making good money from YouTube, a lot of these kids still don't seem to have access to basic things at home. It's like they're living in the spotlight for everyone else's entertainment. But behind the scenes, their real needs are being ignored.
Everything that comes into this house belongs to who?
Yeah.
Belongs to me.
Sure, she's right. She owns the house and everything in it. But why does that need to be turned into some kind of power move right in front of her kids?
Everything that comes into this house belongs to who?
Yeah.
Belongs to me.
They don't really have a choice. They're forced to live under her strict, almost military-style control. Ruby constantly reminds them that everything they have, everything they are, and anything they could ever hope for comes from her. She uses that as a way to keep them in line, and it's heartbreaking. That mindset explains a lot, including why she could be so cruel as to not even let her own son sleep comfortably in the house.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October, and they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'll give you the reason why I lost my bedroom.
He genuinely sounded depressed talking about it. But what's shocking is that Ruby found it funny that her son had no bed to sleep on for over 6 months. What could he have possibly done that was so terrible it justified making him sleep on a beanbag on the floor, not even the couch for that long? Eventually, like a lot of people who try to laugh through their pain, Chad decided to talk a bit more about the experience and even smiled while doing it. But that clearly upset Ruby. She didn't expect him to come out of it smiling or making light of it. It was almost like she wanted him to stay ashamed or broken by it.
You think it's funny because...
And then I walk out and...
If you think it's funny, then that was 7 months ago. Maybe you need longer without a bedroom.
No, it was not funny.
You think it's funny because...
And then I walk out and...
If you think it's funny, then that was 7 months ago. Maybe you need longer without a bedroom.
No, it was not funny.
I honestly believe Ruby is naturally cruel. A lot of what she says doesn't even seem like it's for content. She genuinely believes her way of parenting is the right way. And it's not just with the older kids. She treated her young baby boy the same way. At one point, the little boy was sick and throwing up from whatever illness he had. Most reasonable parents would comfort their child, hold them close, and do whatever they could to make them feel comfortable. But Ruby, she thought the best thing to do was to send him to the toilet, as if that was the right place for a sick child to be.
We're gonna put a pillow and a blanket by the toilet, and you can camp out in the bathroom, okay?
She actually put a pillow and a blanket inside the box, like that somehow made it okay, so that whenever her sick little boy felt the urge to vomit, he could just do it in the right place. To Ruby, the idea of him camping out in the toilet overnight seemed completely normal, even uplifting. But this is just a child. And you could see how confused and overwhelmed he was, trying to understand why his own mother thought this was the right way to take care of him. It's heartbreaking. For those who are asking, she actually went through with it.
I love you, Russell. Good night.
Can you just close the door just a little though?
Sure.
And then there's the issue Ruby had with Eve's teacher at school for simply asking what any reasonable parent should do for their kid.
I just got a text message from Eve's teacher, and she said that Eve did not pack a lunch today, and can I bring a lunch over to the school? This happens quite often when you're raising children, because I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch.
Should the teacher really be the one feeling uncomfortable that Eve didn't have any food, or should that responsibility fall on Ruby, her mother? The teacher was most likely just looking out for her students' well-being, as any caring teacher would. It's hard to focus when all the other kids are eating and one child is sitting there hungry. That's embarrassing, and it can seriously affect a kid's ability to pay attention and learn. A parent should never let it get to that point. According to the official food bank website, school breakfasts and lunches are crucial for student health and well-being, but they also have significant benefits for learning and academic performance. Good nutrition supports optimal brain function and focus, providing students with the best opportunity to succeed.
I responded and just said, Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch.
What planet is Ruby even living on? Everything we're seeing, all these situations are actually happening to our kids. And honestly, at this point, it doesn't even matter whether she's doing it all for content or if she truly believes this is good parenting. I mean, on what part of this planet is it okay for a 4 or 5-year-old to be fully responsible for making their own breakfast? Seriously, is there anywhere in the world where that's considered normal or acceptable? If so, someone please let me know, because this isn't right.
So the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry. And hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her.
The only natural and fair outcome at this point is that Ruby should not be allowed anywhere near the responsibility of raising kids. Just look at the straight face she had while casually talking about how her daughter would go the whole school day without food, like it was nothing. And there's a chance there might not even be food waiting for her at home either. This isn't some isolated moment. We've seen this happen again and again. Her kids not being able to find anything to eat at home.
Food with you, I don't think you're gonna be able to eat. But if you're not responsible for your lunch and your lunch money, that's the natural consequence. And I'm really sorry you're learning this the hard way.
Sometimes Ruby's behavior gets so extreme that it makes you stop and wonder if this is even real. Because honestly, how can someone be this cruel? Maybe she wasn't always like this. Maybe over time she started doing whatever it took to keep people watching, even if it meant crossing every line just for more engagement. But even if that's true, it's no excuse. She went on to describe the nice meals she would be having while casually hoping her son's friends would be kind enough to share their food with him, all because he forgot to grab his breakfast before school.
Just hang in there today and just make up your mind you're going to be really careful and make sure you grab your stuff when you go to school next time. And maybe you have a good friend who will share some of their sandwich with you or something. Russell, I'm really sorry. He sounded like he was going to...
After being so harsh with him, what exactly did she expect? A smile? Of course, he sounded like he was about to cry. Who wouldn't be in that situation? It's just heartbreaking that he ended up with a mother this crazy. The kind of mother who would say something so cold and still act like it's okay.
Eve, she was 6 years old at the time, and she was saying her prayers, and she said the cutest thing. I thought it was so cute, and I started laughing. She said, "Dear Heavenly Father, please help me to survive." And I thought it was so cute.
Kids are innocent, and no matter what challenges they go through, they always find a way to adapt. Little Eve's prayer gave us a glimpse into the kind of treatment she and her siblings were dealing with. And instead of being concerned, Ruby thought it was cute. But who knows, maybe Eve's prayer was actually hard, because the struggles Ruby would face in the years that followed became a national topic. We'll talk about that more later in the video. Someone described Ruby accurately by saying, "This is not a human. This is a monster. Worst power-hungry control freak manipulator I've ever seen." Another user named Princess claimed the prayer was a call for help and was sad to hear. She commented, "Dear Heavenly Father, please help me survive. Is so sickening to hear, especially knowing her mother thought it was cute. I can't believe I used to watch these people when I was younger, so oblivious to the abuse. Those poor, poor babies. I hope they'll be able to find peace." Even when it comes to punishment for unconventional bad behavior, Ruby makes it weird and does outrageous things to her kids.
The youngest are showing long patterns of selfishness. They have been showing, through their choices, their unwillingness to repent, their unwillingness to feel sorrow over some pretty egregious choices that they've made. So
Eve and Russell, who were both under 8 years old at the time, were accused of being selfish to Ruby, and she had prepared a befitting punishment for them. Not immediately, but sometime in the future.
So Kevin and I have decided that we are going to give the gift of truth to them this year for Christmas. We are going to give them the gift of boundaries, and we're going to give them the gift of repentance.
He just laid it out very clear. And we told them that this year they are not going to be visited by Santa.
Imagine being a kid and thinking the upcoming holidays, a time that's supposed to be full of joy and excitement, will be a time of punishment and torment from your parents. That kind of approach is too harsh and damaging. Delaying punishment like that can mess with a child's mind. From the moment it's announced until Christmas arrives, they're stuck in constant worry. Instead of looking forward to the holiday, they're haunted by the thought of a miserable Christmas, while their siblings get to enjoy all the fun.
What I did was I went around the house, and I have
throwing them away.
Yes.
That's my homework.
Whoa, whoa. Oh,
My homework. I need that to turn that in tomorrow. No, I'm serious. That's like half my grade right now.
It really seems like Ruby is the one running the show at home. Because why would her husband just sit back while all of this is happening to their kids? Most time when he's in the videos and something messed up goes down, he just sits there, nods his head, or acts like nothing's wrong. He's either checked out or just going along with whatever Ruby says. And then to top it off, she makes this big announcement, on camera of course, telling the kids what they have to do if they ever want their cherished or important stuff back.
If you have something in the bag that you would like out, you can pay cash for it. So you learn the value of your item.
I'm just as shocked as her kids were. This has to be a joke, right? Or maybe some ridiculous stunt for the camera, because it feels more like extortion than parenting. We've seen Ruby in so many videos brag about owning everything in the house, reminding the kids that nothing belongs to them unless she says so. And now she's making them pay to get back something she knows means a lot to them at that moment. This is the point where her husband should have stepped in, said something, done something. He actually did, and this is what he had to say about the criticism.
And whatever isn't claimed by the end of the day goes in the garbage.
What a useless man. Whether they're doing this for fun or they believe it's right, it's completely unacceptable to put their kids through this. Honestly, Kevin is just as guilty as she is. If he were even slightly reasonable, he could have been the voice of reason in that household. As an adult, as a father, he had the chance to step in and say, this isn't okay. But he didn't. And maybe if he had pushed back more, Ruby wouldn't have gone this far with the kids. Ruby even went as far as tongue-lashing her kids, whatever that means.
Just use your imagination. It was bad.
This is just disgusting. We don't need to imagine too much to figure out the disturbing thing she claimed she was doing with her daughter. For more clarity, here's what she meant.
I'm going home to my sweet children. I cannot wait to hug them and to smell them and to lick them.
You see now that I'm not exaggerating when I say she's mentally unwell, and that's just as a person, not to mention being mentally fit to raise kids. Just think about it. What kind of mother punishes her kids by licking them all over their bodies like some kind of animal? Whether it was meant as discipline, humiliation, or for some other bizarre reason, it's disturbing to think about.
Lashing very well.
How is that a nice thing to say about a kid? Such a pathetic psycho. This crazy woman punished her child for forgetting his socks outside by making him go pick them up himself.
One. Put your hands straight out. They're in. They're not supposed to be out. Shape your hands forward. There you go. 1, 2. Down further. Bring your butt down.
It feels like she punishes them for the slightest reason or mistake. This is the reality for these poor kids. And then there are times when Ruby had talked about getting rid of the children.
You want me to send you away?
Is there ever a time when it's okay to talk about getting rid of your own child, especially right in front of them, whether you're joking or not? The answer is no, absolutely not. But apparently Ruby thought it was funny to say things like that. And if it had only happened once, maybe people would brush it off. But this wasn't a one-time slip. She's made similar comments multiple times. And then there's the way she casually goes out to enjoy herself, leaving the kids behind with barely anything to rely on.
Sometimes I have to neglect the kids.
I'm gonna go see Despicable Me 3, but before we do, I'm gonna make sure these kids have something good to eat. So, Boston, get in line.
I'm first.
Everyone get in line. Here we go. You get back there.
So we're gonna go.
I love that I can talk to my nephews that way. Get in line. Now go back to the back of the line.
Oh, sure, a single bite of banana. That should totally hold a kid over for hours while they're out and about. What a loving and thoughtful mother Ruby is, right? It's almost laughable if it weren't so sad. And then there are those moments when the youngest, the baby of the house, Eve, surprises everyone with her brutally honest reactions to Ruby's nonsense. Even at that age, she could see through the shenanigans.
Shh. The fact that I yell at my kids is a secret. We don't want our viewers to know.
Eve, always the brave little girl. It's inspiring how she speaks up, even in the smallest ways, especially in a home where the kids are often left feeling sad and possibly even depressed by Ruby's aggressive approach to parenting. And Ruby seems happy with their unhappiness, like she enjoyed it when her kids weren't smiling. But when you rule with fear instead of love, what else can you expect?
And she said, Mom, I'm sad. I was like, that's awesome.
And what did Ruby do when Eve came to her around 2 a.m. for bedwetting for the first time in months?
Shh. The fact that I yell at my kids is a secret. We don't want our viewers to know.
Something that Ruby says for content might be taken in and internalized by the kids. This can negatively impact how they behave in the future. Take this video, for example.
What is it? What?
Does it even matter? If someone asked me if I wanted to go to a movie, I wouldn't ask, what is it? Run and get your shoes or you're gonna not go. Hurry!
Imagine telling kids it's totally fine to go watch a movie with someone without asking any questions. That kind of advice is careless and dangerous. A stranger could easily use the same approach. Maybe offer them candy or a fun time. And because of what their mother taught them, they might think it's okay to just follow along without thinking twice. No questions, no hesitation. It's a setup for something bad. And it shows just how reckless and out of touch Ruby's parenting can be. And let's not pretend Ruby doesn't know what she's doing, or that she's clueless about what her kids need. That's simply not true. She often asks them what they want, what they need, and she knows. She just chooses not to listen.
You tell me what you're feeling.
Mad.
Mad?
Because I really won't get anything for summer. I won't be able to go anywhere. No, I don't have any friends. No iPads, no TV.
Those poor kids had nothing to look forward to during this summer. And Ruby didn't even seem ashamed that her child was in such a depressing state of mind. No friends, no plans, just isolation. But how could he have friends when his entire life was being broadcast online? He was probably seen as the weird kid, the one whose every move was shared for the world to see. People were rightfully frustrated by all this. Viewers started showing up on her page, not to support, but to criticize her, to call out the way she was treating her children. And how did Ruby respond to all the backlash? Well, here's what she had to say.
And because they've never been loved before, it looks like I'm angry. To them, it looks like I'm controlling. It looks like I'm militant. It looks like I'm a monster. It looks like I'm mean. It looks like I'm full of hate. It looks like I'm not accepting it because they don't know what love looks like.
I honestly think Ruby has a completely twisted idea of what love is. What she's doing to her kids goes far beyond anything you would call tough love. The problem is none of it seems to come from a place of genuine care or concern for their well-being. It's all about her. Her image, her control, her version of what she thinks is right. And somehow in her mind, that's what love looks like. But real love isn't about control or intense punishment. It's about understanding, support, and putting your kids first. Something Ruby clearly struggles to understand.
This is what love sounds like. When you see someone hurting, you acknowledge the hurt. If your kid came to you on fire, would you say, I'm so glad you trusted me to tell me you're on fire, but if I put out the fire, that's gonna really hurt and you're gonna end up with scabs anyway, so I'm just gonna love you where you are right now? No, you throw them on the ground and you start rolling them. You get a blanket and you start hitting the flames, and they're gonna say, you're hurting me, you're beating me.
This woman is honestly not okay in the head. I get her point about making hard choices for the sake of a child's future. Sure, sometimes parenting is tough. But that example she gave about a kid being on fire? That was way over the top. And even if we play along with her wild analogy, if a child is literally on fire, the right thing to do is grab water or a fire extinguisher and put it out. You don't slam your kid to the ground and start beating the flames off them. That would just cause even more pain and injury. So no, her example doesn't make her look like a strong parent. It just shows how extreme and harmful her mindset is.
You're hurting me, you're beating me, you're controlling. It's like, no dear, hold still, I'm getting the fire out. That's what a loving parent does. And because nobody will do it, it looks to the world crazy.
It doesn't only sound crazy, it is crazy. You can't seriously talk about a child being on fire and then say your solution is to grab a blanket, something flammable, and start beating the flames out of them. That's making things worse. And if she's not careful, that fire she's trying to put out could spread and end up burning her too. The whole analogy falls apart, just like her logic. The same logic that got Chad missing. This so-called tough love was the same approach she used with Chad when he suddenly disappeared from their videos for a while. During that time, fans started noticing that Chad was missing and began asking questions. Eventually, Ruby and Kevin decided to address it by making a video to explain what had happened, or at least give their version of the story.
Okay, so you're probably wondering what the heck we're talking about. Chad today has just entered the Anasazi Foundation Wilderness Therapy Program, where he's going to spend the next 8 to 10 weeks living in the
Anasazi Desert.
Yeah, the desert mountains of Arizona.
But why would they do that to Chad? What could he have possibly done that made them think sending him off to the Arizona desert was the solution? Around 2020, Ruby and Kevin Franke made the decision to send Chad to a wilderness therapy program in the remote desert mountains of Arizona. From what they said, it was meant to be a disciplinary move because of his behavior at home. But instead of working through it as a family, they chose to ship him off into isolation.
So you're probably wondering, what did Chad do? Okay, we're not even going to entertain that stuff, but it's an accumulation of things over years, well before we ever started YouTubing or well before we ever got into social media. And it's reached a point where Chad needs to develop some very basic maturity and skills that he's going to need as an adult.
What kind of maturity were they expecting Chad to magically learn by sending him off to the middle of nowhere with strangers? That's abandonment disguised as discipline. Honestly, this had to be the most irresponsible parenting decision we've seen so far. Ruby and Kevin come across as the kind of couple who would rather outsource their parenting than sit down and connect with their child. It's heartbreaking and infuriating.
So the idea is with wilderness therapy is if you can survive with these peers in the wilderness with nothing more than the clothes on your back and a couple of field supplies, then there's nothing in this world that you can't tackle.
We did give him a choice. The choices were limited. We had like 3 or 4 choices on the table, and we made it clear what our boundaries are as a family, where we're willing to go, and what we would like to see. Our expectations were very clear.
Trust me when I say this, the options Chad was given must have been so bad that choosing a therapy program in the middle of the desert seemed like the best one. Just imagine what the other choices could have been. Maybe he was told he'd only get 1 meal a day for the next 6 months. or that he wouldn't be allowed to leave the house or do anything meaningful, just stuck doing endless chores. Honestly, there's no telling what kind of twisted ideas were running through their minds.
He was like, what is my packing list? Like, what do you pack to go on a wilderness camp? I don't know. I've never done this before. And so I'm like, let me find out. We'll find out. And the guy says, oh, you don't need to bring anything except 36 pair of underwear. When Chad heard it, he was like, I really am going to go live in the desert in my underwear.
It was all a big joke to her, like it was no big deal. But according to what they said, Chad wouldn't even need to pack clothes. The camp would provide what he'd wear once he got there. All he needed to do was bring enough underwear, which pretty much tells you everything. They'd likely be wearing uniforms or assigned clothing at that place. Now, you're probably wondering, what kind of camp was this exactly? Well, let's take a closer look. Ruby and Kevin made a highly controversial decision to send their 14-year-old son to a wilderness therapy program located in the desert mountains of Arizona. The program, believed to be run by the Unsafe Foundation, is designed for teens aged 12 to 17 who are struggling with things like defiance, lack of motivation, or family conflict. But this isn't your typical therapy. This one literally throws kids straight into the wild. They have to learn survival skills, go on daily hikes, and spend long periods alone with their thoughts. There are no phones, no internet, and none of the comforts found at home. Just nature, silence, and the expectation to figure things out. According to the Unsafe Foundation website, the results of this study suggest that 52% of those discharged from the Unsafe program had either no reoccurrence or only a minor reoccurrence of presenting problems. Of those graduates who experienced a reoccurrence, 86% received few, if any, fee-based treatments after leaving Unsafe. Additionally, 53% of the parents indicated that the program had a positive effect on their child's attitude. So there's a 52% chance that Chad will become the person his parents want him to be. Regardless of whether or not that happens, there may still be some positive benefit from the experience. Hopefully he doesn't return from the camp traumatized by it.
They provide everything that you need. They do not sleep in tents. They sleep on the bare ground. And
whatever shelter they can
Or
make.
if they can make a shelter, they can sleep in the shelter they make.
See how satisfying it is for Ruby to know that her son would have had a hard time at the camp. Sometimes being too hard on kids isn't always a good thing. These are the kinds of parents their kids will want nothing to do with once they're old enough to leave, because every time they look at their parents, all those traumatic experiences will come flooding back, and they won't want to be reminded of them.
Chad, to be honest, is excited.
No, I'm sure he is not.
No one's forcing him, no one's dragging him. He's actually really looking forward to this based on the conversations that he's had with the counselors already.
You forced him to choose from 4 horrible punishments, and he picked the desert. And now Kevin's out here trying to make it seem like Chad chose to go camping in the middle of nowhere, like it was all his idea. It's not like he had a choice. When every option is awful, picking the least awful one doesn't make it a real decision.
And they said, like, it's like the real wilderness out there. There's snakes, there's bears, there's coyotes, cougars. Like, it's the real deal.
We're not living in ancient times where people are expected to survive in the wilderness or know how to deal with wild animals. That kind of life isn't normal anymore, especially not for a teenager. It feels like sending Chad to that desert program had less to do with his so-called rebellious behavior and more to do with the thrill of putting him through something extreme. They probably wanted to send their kids there all along. They just needed the right excuse to make it happen.
They were saying that the Unsafe way is where nature will reflect back to you the choices that you make. If you choose not to make a shelter, you're just gonna freeze at night. If you choose not to build a fire, or if you choose not to humble yourself and learn how to build a fire out of sticks, then you just eat a very cold, undelicious, unsatisfying meal.
This is what Chad went through, or maybe even worse, all because his parents thought this was the right way to discipline him. Seriously, can someone tell me in the comments, would you ever do this to your kid? Maybe I'm the one not thinking straight or being too nice about it, because this just feels harsh. Help me out here, guys. I need to know if I'm the only one seeing how messed up this is. And to top it all off, Kevin went on to promote the organization. Whether it was a free shout-out or a paid one, who knows?
So, if you're curious and want to learn more, you can search Unsafe Foundation on Google, And they have a website, lots of YouTube videos. You can check them out and see what they're like. This isn't a sponsored video, but we were very impressed with this program, and this is why we chose to go with this program versus any of the other many wilderness programs out there.
It's starting to allegedly feel like this might have been a sponsored video, like they were either given a free pass to have their kid worked on, paid a little something for their wide audience, or maybe worse. What if Chad was sent there just so they could say later, hey, we tried it and it works, all just to promote the brand? I mean, it could be wrong, but with this couple, honestly, almost anything seems possible. Nothing would surprise me at this point. There's no way you can talk about 8 passengers without mentioning Ruby, and there's no way you can talk about Ruby without bringing up Jodi. Jodi Hildebrandt is a former licensed mental health counselor and the founder of Connections Classroom, a coaching and therapy group centered around strict moral and behavioral teachings. She became known for her intense, authoritarian take on parenting and emotional discipline. In 2022, she formed a close partnership with Ruby, and that's when everything started to get worse.
You just see aggressive behavior. You see a child saying, screw you, and I'll do what I want. That doesn't sound fearful, does it? However, that kind of overt attack is really a big, huge, I call it the blowfish. They blow themselves up so that they can pretend to themselves and to you that they're larger than life, that they've got everything handled, they've got everything figured out, they don't need any help, and the truth is they're scared to death under the surface.
Jodi became Ruby's mentor, business partner, and confidant. But Ruby first teamed up with Jodi for parenting and self-development coaching. Over time, Jodi became more than just a mentor. She became a dominant force in Ruby's life. Jodi's worldview was harsh and black and white, built around strict obedience, sin-based accountability, and moral absolutism.
Our job as parents, your job as a parent, is to know that when you see acting out behavior in any way, shape, or form, connect the dot to this child is unaware of who they are and their value. And part of the reason they're unaware is because of their destructive choices. They keep using their agency to choose distortion, which is deception, rather than truth.
And for Ruby, who is already known for her strict parenting style, Jodi's teaching felt like validation. It gave her the green light to go even harder with her punitive approach, and that's exactly what she did. As Ruby fell deeper under Jodi's influence, she started pulling away from her husband and older kids, eventually moving in with Jodi. Basically, she's saying that she left because she wanted to save her kids.
Save my kids. No amount of money. I'm telling you, I was making millions. And I left it.
So how is joining Jodi supposed to save her kids? Maybe she went there to learn even stricter parenting methods to inflict on them, as if everything she's done so far isn't already enough.
My kids were being hurt. With entitlement, they were being hurt. With people's advice, and they didn't have a mother up the front saying, I don't care what the world's opinion is. This is the truth, and this is where I stand.
In Ruby's mind, the problem was simple. Her kids needed more discipline, and their struggles were all because they lacked it. She saw Jodi as the only one who could save her, the parenting messiah who would teach her the skills she needed to get her kids back on the right track.
Power exists inside you, and we want you to be here. So please, humble yourself. Become curious about what we're saying.
This whole thing feels like a clown show. 2 completely unhinged women talking about so-called destructive kids. They act like they're some kind of saviors of modern parenting, preaching their extreme methods like it's a holy mission. It's crazy how they expect people to rally behind them and support this twisted version of helping families. And this is why Ruby thought it was the best reason she moved in with Jodi.
I love principles more than my child.
Yikes!
That's a really, and that is the...
It's not a bad thing to have principles and values. In fact, it's great to live by what you believe in. But when someone becomes too rigid and unbending with those beliefs, it can do more harm than good. Ruby is a perfect example of this. She's taken her values and turned them into harsh, unforgiving rules, and anyone who doesn't fall in line, even her own kids, ends up paying the price. Since teaming up with Jodi, Ruby's behavior has only gotten worse. Even in her solo videos, she says things that are just unthinkable. things no loving parent should ever say out loud, let alone on camera.
What you are thinking when you hear Jodi and me talk about making sure you as the parent teach your child about is that you are only responsible for one thing. Forget all of the rest of that to-do list. You are only responsible to teach your child principles of truth so they can show up as a self-governing, high-charactered individual.
So basically, according to Ruby, being a parent means you're not necessarily responsible for anything in your child's life. Not their feeding, not their well-being, not even their basic emotional needs. That's how she justifies starving her kids and ignoring what matters. In her mind, the only thing a parent should focus on is teaching their kids the so-called principles of truth, whatever that means. It sounds like one of those bizarre techniques she picked up from Jodi. Together, Ruby and Jodi launched a video series called Moms of Truth on Instagram and YouTube, where they dished out parenting advice built on strict obedience and harsh discipline. While they constantly push parents to be controlling, they still claim they're not promoting control.
They don't know where the truth is. They don't know who's telling the truth. So, this little boy that you have depends on you, Mom. And I'm hoping that you will be a lioness to protect him.
I hear it from parents all the time. I don't want to be a controlling parent.
Yeah.
And I don't.
Right. Control is not parenting. That's all it is. It's controlling. So no, you don't want to be a controlling parent. And like Ruby just said, I hear this probably every other day. Someone says, I'm afraid that I am controlling. I'm afraid. So if you're afraid, if you say that a lot.
How does that even make sense? Every parent who tries not to be controlling isn't automatically being controlling. Most parents actually want to give their kids some level of freedom, not to spoil them, but to build trust and respect. They know that ruling with fear isn't healthy. Guiding kids through fear isn't real parenting, it's intimidation. And in the long run, that kind of approach does more damage than good. According to Psych Central, fear-based parenting correlates with higher rates of child rebellion, Solo explains, because the kids rebel against the extreme control that is contrary to a child's growing need for autonomy as they grow up and discover the world. But back to the issue of control over kids, this is Ruby's definition of control.
So we have this idea that controlling parents are parents who make their kids do something that the kids don't want to do. Did you know that a controlling parent is also a parent who doesn't expect anything from their children and allows the child to do whatever they want? That's also a controlling parent.
Saying something like that is honestly ridiculous. How can anyone claim that left and right are the same thing, or that good and bad mean the same? That kind of thinking is confusing and harmful. When a parent gives their child the ability to make choices, that's not being controlling, that's teaching independence and responsibility. The pair went on to promote conflicts in their parenting style.
Moms, dads, you need to be fighting 100% of the time. It's not a battle with your child. This is a battle against the evil that's in the world today.
Yes.
And you need to be battling it every minute of the day.
If parents are constantly fighting their kids 100% of the time, as she puts it, how can there ever be peace in the home? Not everything needs to turn into a battle. Sometimes love, patience, and understanding are the very things that help guide a child in the right direction. I honestly wonder, back when they were making these videos, were there really people who genuinely thought that what they were saying made sense? What could a child possibly do that would make someone believe Ruby and Jodi had the answer? And what's even more frustrating is how extremists like them always try to use God to justify their harsh, twisted beliefs.
There is nothing that you've done or nothing that you think you've done that is outside the reach of God.
But why do people who hold extreme ideas, concepts, and beliefs always seem to try to use God as justification? This user puts it perfectly. Human beings often seek to rationalize behaviors and justify their actions. The use of religion as a core motivation and justification is normal and natural. I do not mind the use of religion to justify decisions that are ethical, selfless, or charitable. That would be praiseworthy. I do mind and strongly object when persons use narrow and parochial interpretations or take passages in religions out of context or ignore other constraints.
Healing you. Nothing. And I could sit here and name all sorts of things that people have done and things that I have done, and nothing is outside that reach of being seen and healed by God.
So how did people react to the videos Ruby and Jodi uploaded on YouTube? Well, let's just say the comment sections weren't exactly filled with praise. One user put it bluntly, Jodi hasn't seen her own children in years. Thankfully, the nerve of her counseling parents. And someone else replied to the comment saying that she was even responsible for running a men's group, counseling them on maintaining their marriages, despite not being able to keep her own marriage together. This ties into the common idea that therapists are often broken people trying to fix other broken people. These are unconfirmed claims about Jodi, but there might be something to them. Here's Jodi at it again. Understanding her background and how she started will give you a glimpse of who she really is.
Thousands of people for 20 years, and I've been asking God about how to help heal them.
Jodi and her psychos like her understand that the vast majority of people are somewhat religious, and capitalizing on this religious sentiment is always their go-to strategy.
To understand how to use principles that are God's in helping people heal.
During all of this, Jodi opened up about her past, saying she grew up in a household where her parents were emotionally unavailable and couldn't meet the needs of her and her 6 siblings. She claimed that she's grown from that experience, that she now understands how it shaped her life, and that she's ready to help others on their own journey of healing. But given everything we've seen, you have to wonder, has she really healed, or is she just passing that pain on to others?
Sure enough, I ended up with an eating disorder, right? I started trying to control everything because I had no outlet to emote my emotions. I had nobody there to validate me and say, yeah, that makes sense that when you're...
Did someone lie to Jodi and tell her she's no longer controlling? Because her entire parenting philosophy revolves around control. She's constantly pushing the idea that parents should have a tight grip on how their kids behave, all under the banner of strict discipline. Jodi also talked about her traumatic childhood and how it affected her deeply. She mentioned working with therapists and trying to heal, but even after all that, she admitted to falling back into harmful patterns, like struggling with an eating disorder. So if she hasn't truly dealt with her own issues, how can she be the one guiding others on how to raise emotionally healthy children?
And I'm like, okay, wait, stop. You missed what I just said to you. And then they'll say to me, are you suggesting that I'm responsible for my depression? And I'll say, yes, you are.
This clearly shows just how damaged Jodi's been since childhood. And it all seems to trace back to how she was raised by her emotionally unavailable parents. That kind of upbringing leaves lasting scars. Sadly, this is exactly the kind of environment Ruby's kids were growing up in, with both Ruby and Kevin being emotionally distant, constantly trying to assert control and showing very little warmth or compassion. Jodi went on to talk about the methods she used in her practice as a licensed mental health therapist, but knowing what we know now, those methods cannot be trusted.
But I still go back into my eating disorder behaviors and control and being really nice and helpful and friendly. I didn't really heal. My soul wasn't healing.
So according to Jodi, people who are depressed are mostly responsible for their depression. In a way, she's not entirely wrong. Sometimes our own choices or actions can lead us down the path. But that's not always the case. There are many times when someone falls into depression because of the pain and trauma caused by other people. It's not always about personal failure. Sometimes it's about surviving what's been done to you. And just when you think the conversation might shift to something more compassionate or balanced, Jodi wraps it all up with religious rhetoric once again.
And I'm like, okay, wait, stop. You missed what I just said to you. And then they'll say to me, are you suggesting that I'm responsible for my depression? And I'll say, yes, you are. Truth? That is emotionally and spiritually sick. I don't know anybody. And I know thousands of people who have done this. My desire is to spread this throughout the whole entire world.
Basically, Jodi's presenting herself as someone with a method that's spiritually blessed, as if her way is divinely approved. She talks like she's the Messiah, sent by God to deliver this message to the world, and that anyone who listens will be saved by applying her teachings. That's exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from a narcissist or even a dictator, someone who believes their way is the only way. And it's not only outsiders noticing this. Even someone close to Jodi, her own niece, came forward and shared her experience, opening up about what she went through while under Jodi's influence.
I was giving Book of Mormons out at school. I had never done drugs. I had never had anything close to sex. I didn't even know. She was convinced I was also masturbating. I had a masturbation problem. I didn't even know female anatomy people could masturbate. I didn't even know that.
Jodi's niece shared that she was fairly innocent at the time she was with Jodi. But according to her, Jodi made harmful assumptions based on what she believed about girls these days. She assumed that her niece was truly pleasing herself, even though there was no evidence of that.
Things got progressively worse and worse and worse. Because I wasn't getting better, she would say, I'm trying to make you so physically uncomfortable that it forces the sin out. And so that's when she started, I had to sleep outside in the snow. That's when I was...
Just imagine if Jodi could do something like that to her niece, someone she knows and is supposed to care about. Then what would she do to a complete stranger? To someone who comes to her as a client, already vulnerable and in need of help? So Jodi would have her niece locked in the office closet, because after being pulled out of school, the niece was living with her and regularly going to the office with Jodi.
She would have me write out my sins on a piece of paper. These sins that I was writing out, I was like, and again, I believed all this. I believed this fully. So I was like, oh, there must be more in me. These are the types of things I'm writing out. And then she would come back in, take that paper, read it to me, make me get on my hands and knees and beg for forgiveness as she read this back to me.
And during that time with Jodi, her niece said she was completely cut off from the rest of her family, even her own mother. Jodi isolated her, making her emotionally dependent and alone. And she did exactly the same thing with Ruby. She pulled Ruby away from her husband and older kids, feeding her different excuses and justifications for why that distancing was necessary. The method was to isolate, control, and then reshape someone under the guise of help.
I cannot be around my mom. I can't ever be around her again, because if she told me the sky was yellow, I would believe her.
As a mental health therapist, Jodi had deep knowledge of the human mind, how people think, feel, and respond. But instead of using that knowledge to help, she used it to manipulate. That kind of behavior is unethical. These are the exact practices that should be rooted out of the mental health field. And sadly, Jodi might not be the only one. There are likely others out there doing the same thing, or even worse, to people who are just looking for help.
I don't know if this is fully true, but from what I understand, she's been diagnosed with many issues, including psychopathy.
We already know that Jodi admitted to struggling with mental health issues while growing up, which she claims is what led to her to become a mental health therapist. However, she never shared her official diagnosis, so it's possible she was diagnosed with something like psychopathy. When I checked the definition of psychopathy, it states, psychopathy is characterized by an extreme lack of empathy. Psychopaths may also be manipulative, charming, and exploitative, and behave in an impulsive and risky manner. They may lack conscience or guilt and refuse to accept responsibility for their actions. That describes Jodi perfectly.
She believes this. This is the thing, is that she fully believes in her own. She believes that she is inspired by God.
This isn't meant to undermine anyone who's religious. People of faith have every right to believe in and live by their values. It's important to say that individuals like Jodi do not represent the majority of honest, sincere, and mentally sound believers who practice their faith with integrity and love. Her actions are hers alone. They shouldn't be used to judge an entire community.
Her belief is if you watch porn one time, you're an addict. Then you need surgery.
Now, this isn't to say that watching explicit content is good, but if you see porn as one of the worst crimes against humanity, then something's wrong with you. That kind of extreme thinking isn't grounded in reality. According to a clinical and forensic psychologist, Jodi often used her position of power to dominate and control her clients. One of her tactics was convincing them they were addicted, not just in a casual way, but framing it as a deep, sinful addiction. Once she planted that idea, it became easier for her to manipulate and take control.
That Jodi was really adamant about saying everyone is an addict. We heard from another previous client of Jodi's that said, quote, everyone has an addiction. If you try to tell her that you don't have an addiction, she will disagree with you and convince you that you have an addiction.
So after Jodi convinces you that you have an addiction, or what she calls a sin, she then finds a way to cleanse it, whether through regular methods or extreme ones. This process of cleansing is what she refers to as spiritual surgery. And when you look at the bigger picture, It really starts to feel like Jodi has positioned herself as some kind of spiritual leader for the people who follow her system. It's similar to how cult leaders operate, using spirituality or religion as a tool to control, manipulate, and brainwash their followers under the guise of healing.
Ruby is a part of the original 10 women that are being trained to become mental fitness trainers. So Ruby, you want to tell us about what a mental fitness trainer is?
Yes. So we are getting mentally fit the same way your body would get physically fit.
A cult of women trained and ready to be unleashed on the world with their twisted and extreme beliefs and methods. Isn't that something?
Much better.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to span over here. We've got, can't see.
There we go.
Tori and Sherry. How are you feeling about what you're getting ready to go out and do? Teaching truth to the world.
Excited.
So excited.
Excited.
Yeah.
While Ruby and Jodi were enjoying the fame of their collaboration, Ruby's ties with her husband and older kids were becoming strained, partly because Jodi had somehow convinced her that her family was an obstacle to her personal and spiritual growth. During this time, while still living with Jodi, Ruby kept Eve and Russell with her. Then something happened that changed everything.
911, the address of your emergency. Okay, and the phone number you're calling from. Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help.
What happened was heartbreaking. Russell, Ruby's second-to-last baby, had been mistreated and reportedly locked up for a long time. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. He gathered the strength to escape from Jodi's home and ran to a neighbor for help. It was that neighbor who called 911 and reported what was going on. And that call ended up exposing everything. It was the beginning of a controversy that shocked the nation.
And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated, he's got tape around his legs, he's hungry, and he's thirsty.
Just imagine what Ruby and Jodi must have been putting these kids through for one of them to run away and cry for help. Why use tape on him? Maybe he was resisting the harsh treatment he was receiving, and Ruby decided it was best to restrict his movement.
Does he seem to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I don't think so, but he's very thirsty, and
Need an ambulance?
I don't think he needs an ambulance. I'll let the cops decide that, but his ankles are taped up, and he won't tell us why.
Okay.
But he has duct taped around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around him. I think there's a good chance he's been... Oh, and he has been around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been... He needs... This kid has obviously been... I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
According to Joni, the duct tape was meant for something else.
We knew that Jodi does this. We knew 14, almost 15 years ago that she's already done this to me. And people saw and people witnessed and did nothing. She made me sleep outside in the snow. She duct taped me. I wasn't allowed to speak to anyone.
I can't help but wonder how Jodi was able to get away with all of this back then, and why nothing was done to get justice for her niece. Maybe no one believed her when she spoke out, or maybe people thought it was all just part of the healing process, because Jodi was seen as the expert, the authority figure. When someone holds that kind of power and is trusted blindly, it's easy for real harm to be ignored or dismissed as therapy.
Parenting ideas, that all comes from Jodi. That is 100% the therapeutic ideas of Jodi Hildebrandt.
Now let's get back to the 911 call. In August of 2023, around 10:50 a.m., Russell, desperate, hungry, and afraid, climbed out of a window at Jodi's home in Evans, Utah. He was malnourished, injured, and had duct tape around both his ankles and wrists. It was later discovered that the boy's wounds were treated with cayenne pepper and honey, a homemade remedy that worsened the pain. He made his way to a neighbor's house, knocked on the door, and begged for food and water. He told them he had escaped after being tied up. The neighbor was horrified. Russell had open wounds, looked extremely thin, and was weak and traumatized. This heartbreaking scene is what led to the 911 call you heard earlier. Eventually, the police arrived.
Jodi?
I need you to step out.
I have my attorney.
That's great. Step out of the house.
No, I'm not going to step out of the
Step
house.
out of the house. Step out of the house.
Whoa.
We're just going to see. Is there anybody else? Home?
Wait a minute, how do you come to my house?
Right there.
They come into my house.
As Jodi was being taken out of the house, she refused to cooperate with the police. Her main concern wasn't the child in distress, it was whether the officers had a search warrant to enter her home. But in urgent situations like this, where a child's safety is at risk, law enforcement can act immediately without waiting for a warrant. And what they found inside was truly disturbing. During the search, officers discovered Eve, Ruby's youngest daughter, sitting cross-legged in a closet, alone, hidden away, and completely silent.
I'm a police officer. Are you going for the union here? Hey, you okay? Is it just you in here? I'm Sergeant Tobler. What's your name?
She looked thin and traumatized, just sitting there in silence, not saying a word. No one knows exactly how long Eve had been locked in that closet, or even why she was put there in the first place. But one thing's clear. This is what Jodi does to her victims, and Ruby willingly handed her children over, treating them like lab rats in Jodi's experiment.
You okay? Huh? You doing okay? You don't want to talk to me? Yeah, that's okay. Can you come with me, though?
This was sad to watch. Thank goodness for Russell's bravery. He found the strength to escape and ask the neighbor for help. At the time, he was already in the hospital receiving treatment for his injuries. Meanwhile, officers said Eve was too afraid to speak when they found her. She just sat there, frozen in fear. She probably believed that if she moved from that spot, Jodi would punish her even more when she returned. The police didn't want to force her to get up. They didn't want to add to her trauma. So they spoke to her gently, trying to calm her down. One of the officers even brought her food and let her eat right there in the closet, just to make her feel safe. Even after she ate, more than an hour later, Eve still didn't want to stand up. She had likely been given strict instructions by Jodi, probably something like, "Don't move until I say so." And that fear was still gripping her even with Jodi gone. She was too scared to disobey, even though help had arrived. The officers took turns gently trying to talk to her, hoping to get her to speak or at least stand so they could take her out of the house. It wasn't just physical captivity, it was psychological.
So can we carry you from there? It's all right, kittens. I promise. Pinky promise. We helped your brother. And we got him some help, too.
When Eve finally spoke, her voice was so soft it was barely audible. It took hours of gentle reassurance and convincing from the officers before she felt safe enough to move. After nearly 4 hours of back and forth, Eve finally stood up and stepped out of the closet. She was immediately taken to the hospital for treatment and a full checkup. Not long after, both Ruby and Jodi were arrested and taken to the station.
Are you back for me? Perfect. And then...
When Ruby was questioned, she said little to nothing. No emotion, no regret, and certainly no pity for what her children had just gone through. She wasn't just aware of what was happening, she was part of it.
You want to talk to me about where you live or how many kids you have? So we just spoke with your husband, and he said you guys have 6 kids. Are those all?
Ruby just sat there silently staring blankly like a zombie. It's possible that Jodi had already contacted her before the arrest, warned her about the police raid, and told her not to say a word to avoid incriminating herself. After a long stretch of refusing to answer any of the officers' questions, Ruby finally spoke, but not to explain or defend herself. Instead, she asked for a lawyer. Not a single word about her children, not a trace of concern or guilt.
I'll wait till I have a lawyer. Okay. So you want to talk to us at all?
The officer got tired of pressing the issue and left Ruby to go speak with Jodi, who then talked to the officers.
How long you lived here in Islands? 11 minutes? 6 years. 6 years. The same house? Wow. You married? Single?
Even though Jodi spoke to the police, she wasn't cooperative when it came to discussing the kids or the crimes she was accused of. She insisted that she needed her lawyer present before saying anything to them.
I'd love to tell you if he were here, because I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with what I say. You know, I'm a psychologist. I've watched people flip things all the time. So I get it. And I sit on your side.
While Jodi was in jail, she made several phone calls, all of which were recorded. What stood out the most was her complete lack of pity or remorse for what she and Ruby had put those kids through. There was no reflection. Instead, she seemed to view the entire situation as some kind of setup or conspiracy against her. In her mind, it wasn't about the harm done. It was about her being targeted.
Adults have a really hard time understanding that children can be full of evil and what that takes to fight it. You've seen what it takes to fight evil. It's not the person you're fighting. And it can look.
This was still on the very day she was arrested, and even then Jodi truly believed that her children are full of evil, and that fighting that so-called evil is what led to her arrest. In her mind, she wasn't doing anything wrong. She was doing what she believed was righteous. Just like her niece said earlier, Jodi genuinely believes all the extreme things she says. She's not putting on a show for attention. She truly sees her twisted ideas as the ultimate truth. And that's what makes her so dangerous.
And I don't know if I'm going to be like some kind of example, but when I get out of here, I have a story to tell, and I'm going to try to do everything I can to protect the children, because that's what's happening, is that kids are being just horribly abused.
This woman is an absolute psycho. What children is she even claiming to protect? Her own children have distanced themselves from her after everything she put them through. And now, after badly mistreating and abusing Ruby's kids, she dares to talk about fighting for children who are being abused? It's infuriating. She talks like a savior while acting like the villain. And then out of nowhere, she breaks down crying. But it wasn't about the kids, it was about her. Her tears were for herself, not for the lives she damaged.
Nobody wants the truth. Nobody wants the truth. Nobody wants the truth, because these kids, you know, I told Doug, I woke up, the Spirit told me, it's all the devil. I mean, you've seen him. I mean, I've known you, for 5 years? You've watched him come at me, come at me, come at me, come at me.
I honestly don't understand how anyone can look at kids so full of innocence, curiosity, and potential and see evil in them. Yes, kids can be rebellious sometimes. That's part of growing up. But you don't turn that into some twisted belief that they're possessed or evil incarnate. That's exactly what Jodi believes. She thinks she's fighting some righteous battle against darkness, and somehow the darkness just happens to be kids. She then went on a full rant, trying to justify everything she's done to those children. Just her defending her cruelty as if it were some holy mission.
And he uses all of us as the adults, the parents, that don't hold the kids accountable. So now it's abusive to make a kid sleep on the floor. It's abusive. Or it's abusive to, you know, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
What's truly ridiculous is that Jodi believes letting a child sleep on the bare floor is normal. Starving a kid and locking them in a closet is a perfectly acceptable form of punishment. That duct taping a child's hands and feet is somehow a loving way to correct behavior. It's a crazy, upside-down way of thinking. Even Ruby eventually turned on Jodi in her phone call, and that moment made the case a lot easier for prosecutors. When you've got two suspects who were once working side by side and suddenly they're no longer on the same page, it's game over. The cracks in their alliance were exactly what the prosecution needed.
And it's embarrassing, too, to, like, repeat it. It's like, oh, my gosh, how gullible was I? Oh, my gosh, how much power I gave this person, and I didn't see it.
Jodi, on the other hand, continued talking about her Bible-related rhetoric.
That 1 Peter chapter 4 was another one of the footnotes to refer to, you know, that reinforced all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, this isn't just some crazy, random event. Like, this has purpose.
Yes, this isn't some random event. It happened because you and your partner in crime, Ruby, were mistreating young kids who are supposed to be in your care. So yes, you're right to be sitting there, because the whole point of all of this is to make sure you spend the rest of your life behind bars. And the crazy thing is that Jodi thought all of this was a good idea, just so she could spread the gospel.
You will be a great tool in the hand of the Lord in teaching the gospel to many. So this whole paragraph about an example, I'm like, well, what's a better example than to go to prison unjustly and then go teach the gospel? Like,
So deep down, she probably knows that what she's doing isn't acceptable, not by any normal standard, and that she could end up in prison right where she belongs. And I doubt she'll have the time or peace to keep spreading the gospel behind bars. In prison, people who abuse or hurt kids are usually treated the worst. Her time there won't be as easy or holy as she might think. Reality's gonna hit hard. This person framed it perfectly, saying, even prisoners have a moral code. They don't see themselves as evil. Most folks in prison see themselves as people who got a raw deal. The crimes they committed out of necessity. Sometimes that necessity is the poverty of their youth. The crimes they committed against other adults who had it coming. There is no way to frame this argument in a way that works for people who abuse children. Prisoners see these people as the real criminals. And she deserves every bad thing that comes her way. Just look at the condition Russell was in.
How did you get the ropes on you?
The kid looked absolutely terrible. Just imagine, Jodi claims she wants to save kids. Is this what saving them looks like? It's hard to believe she thinks this is helping. And then there's Kevin. Where has he been in all of this? What was his role before the arrest, and what has he done since? There are so many questions about how much he knew and how involved he really was. Like we mentioned earlier, Jodi's influence on Ruby had a major impact on her marriage. By 2022, things had gotten so bad that Kevin moved out of the family home and separated from Ruby, even though they were still legally married at the time. Their relationship had broken down, at least temporarily, and Jodi was right at the center of it.
I've been in a separation.
From who?
From my wife and family.
What's your wife's name?
Ruby Franke.
Kevin confirmed that he hadn't seen or spoken to his children in over a year. The last time he had any contact with them was back in July 2022, when Ruby asked him to leave the house due to marital issues and his personal struggles with what she called addictions, including pornography. Since then, he's been completely cut off.
And some of my own addictions that I was working through and seeking help on with pornography.
And since then, he's been working on himself and making sure to support the family financially.
Are you aware of how she disciplines the kids or how she handles the kids with behavioral issues or anything like that?
No.
Are you aware of the physical condition of your children?
No. I've chosen to trust my wife with the children. That was part of the agreement of our separation.
There's a lot wrong with what he said so far. First of all, he hadn't been in contact with his kids for over a year, and that alone is wrong. On top of that, knowing how Ruby usually treated the kids, he should have at least tried to check in from time to time just to make sure they were okay. But instead, he claimed he had no idea what was going on. It's hard to believe he was completely clueless.
I know nothing is going on in their lives or anything going on.
That doesn't sound like a responsible father at all. Sure, I get it, providing for your kids financially is important, and Kevin made sure to do that. But support goes way beyond money. Even if he was dealing with his own struggles, he still should have found the time, even if just once a month or every other month, to check in and see how his kids were doing. And as you probably guessed, it was Jodi who played a big role in helping Ruby push Kevin out of the picture. Another move that gave her more control and left the kids with no one truly looking out for them.
Jodi and Ruby have a close relationship, and Jodi saw the need for me to get help. And frankly, I agree. This space has been exactly what I need to face, my own addictions and.
Remember what we talked about earlier, Jodi's tactic of labeling everything as an addiction or a sin? Well, she pulled the same move on Kevin to push him out of the picture. If his supposed addiction was really that serious, why wasn't he getting help somewhere close by, where he could still be present for his wife and kids? Why did Jodi's solution involve cutting off all contact with his family? It's like she got into his head so deeply that he truly started to believe he had an addiction. And who knows, maybe it wasn't even as serious as Jodi made it seem. This gave Jodi full access. Turns out, Kevin wasn't fully aware of what was happening to his children.
12 to 13-year-old boy was knocking on doors in a neighborhood asking for food and water, that he was severely emaciated, that he had...
What is emaciated?
Skinny, scrawny, malnutrition, not enough food, not enough water to sustain life.
This interrogation took place on the same day Russell escaped from Jodi's home, and it's pretty clear from the footage that Kevin had no real idea what had been happening. He looked genuinely confused and caught off guard. He had just returned after hearing that Ruby had been arrested.
He had duct tape on his extremities, on his hands, on his ankles, and those were covering rope burns that were used to tie him down. Take a second and think about what I just said. That's the condition of your son.
It was probably at this moment that Kevin's whole view of Jodi began to shift. You can only imagine what was going through his mind as he sat there, hearing about what had been done to his son. He looked shaken, thinner than before when they were all together making annoying contents on YouTube, likely worn down from dealing with the weight of the so-called porn addiction diagnosis Jodi had placed on him. He had been holding on to hope that he'd get better and eventually return to his wife and kids. That was the agreement when he was sent away. He even shared that he still had feelings for Ruby.
What's going to happen with my wife? I love my wife.
I don't know. I'm being honest with you. I don't know. Hadn't had anything to do with
I
you.
don't remember charges against my wife.
Possibly.
Kevin knew things weren't going to end well for his wife. And while some people on social media have criticized and even mocked him for still having feelings for Ruby, it's important to remember he's human. He was still in love with his wife. At the time, he had no idea what had been happening while he was away. The home he once knew, the family he had hoped to return to, was falling apart in front of him. His kids were finally in good hands, and that gave him some relief. But emotionally, he was struggling with what would happen to Ruby. In that moment, he likely believed Jodi was the main person behind it all, and that Ruby was just caught up in it, maybe manipulated or misled.
And not without legal representation.
Yeah, alright, I get it.
But I love my wife and I trust my wife. And so, I mean, this feels like getting run over by a steam truck while you're sharing with me today.
Yeah, I can tell you're caught off guard.
I thought I was just coming here to pick up my kids, and for what, I don't know what or why, but...
Here's where Kevin admitted to missing his family and working his ass off so he could be well enough to return to them.
You realize that I have a picture of my family on my wall, and I look at it every day, and I work every day. I have no idea what you're talking about.
The story quickly made international headlines and went viral across social media. For many viewers who had long criticized Ruby's harsh parenting style on YouTube, it felt like validation. In response, YouTube took action, deleting both Ruby's 8-passenger channel and the Connections channel, citing violations of its creator responsibility policy. According to the arrest report, the home was a place of strict parenting and was also described as a site of torture and deprivation. As a result, both Ruby and Jodi were each charged with 4 to 6 counts of aggravated child abuse.
The state respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Franke to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. This sentence was agreed to by Ms. Franke in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole.
The charges included several serious counts of aggravated child abuse, including causing serious physical injury, starvation, or manipulation that put the child's life at risk, severe emotional harm, and even abuse that can lead to developmental delays or intellectual disabilities, among others. During the hearing, Ruby appeared emotional and remorseful. She was visibly upset, even tearing up as she admitted to some of her wrongdoings. But she wasn't taking full responsibility. Instead, she shifted much of the blame onto her so-called mentor, Jodi, painting her as the driving force behind it all.
For the past 4 years, I've chosen to follow counsel and guidance that has led me into a dark delusion. My distorted version of reality went largely unchecked, as I would isolate from anyone who challenged me. I was led to believe that this world was an evil place.
It really makes you wonder, why didn't Ruby realize any of this while she was still with Jodi? Why didn't she see how badly her kids were being treated before the arrest? Personally, I don't believe for a second that she's suddenly seen the light. Even before Jodi came into the picture, Ruby had already a troubling approach to parenting. Jodi didn't change her, she just gave Ruby the push to fully unleash what was already inside her. It's no mistake that Ruby seemed perfectly fine with everything that was happening to her kids. If they were not caught, she wouldn't be sorry. And then, during the hearing, she said what many of us already knew was coming, the obvious and the inevitable.
It is important to me to demonstrate my remorse and regret without blame. I take full accountability for my choices, and it is my preference that I serve a prison sentence.
There was really no way out for Ruby and Jodi. The evidence gathered by the state and prosecutors was more than enough to bury them both without much effort. So honestly, it was a smart move by Ruby's legal team to have her plead guilty and show some remorse, all in hopes of getting a lighter sentence. Then came the courtroom performance, the fake tears, the emotional breakdown, all for show. It was all about creating the effect.
You were not the ones who were doing the brainwashing. Thank you to my Bishop Tom Hawks and my state president Jim Nelson for reminding me of the Lord's love for the lost.
If there's one thing I've learned about Ruby from that moment she started her YouTube and posting on other platforms, is that she's not a bad actor. She knows exactly what to say to spark outrage and boost engagement. And she also knows how to stage those sweet emotional moments that connect with her audience. So this courtroom breakdown felt like a performance to me. I honestly doubt she feels any real remorse for what she's done. Because how do you look at the way your kids were treated, starved, locked up, traumatized, and then claim you were brainwashed into thinking it was good for them? She's just as guilty as Jodi. As for Jodi, she claimed to be sorry in her own way, but she didn't show any real emotion, whether acted or genuine. It was cold and detached. Meanwhile, the prosecutor laid it all out, painting a clear, heartbreaking picture of what those kids went through.
The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house. They were forced to do physical tasks, like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and doing wall sits or sitting against a wall without assistance of a chair or stool for hours at a time. They were forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat, often without shoes or socks. They were also forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days. They were beaten, and the 12-year-old was regularly bound hand and foot after he attempted to run away in mid-July.
No adult deserves to go through something this awful, let alone a young child. It's no surprise those kids looked absolutely broken when they were finally rescued. The pain, the fear, the neglect, it was written all over them. And the sad truth is, no matter how much healing they go through, this traumatic chapter will leave scars that stay with them for the rest of their lives.
The injuries from the binding are particularly bad. In addition to the physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused. They each believed to some degree that they deserved what was being done to them.
This is exactly why, when the police came to take Eve, she couldn't bring herself to stand up for hours. She was hesitant, scared, and completely shut down. These kids had been mentally broken, brainwashed, and punished so severely that their entire perception of reality had shifted. They didn't know what safety felt like anymore. To them, obedience meant survival, and anything outside of that was terrifying.
After being caught, Ms. Hildebrandt has shown little to no remorse for her actions. In telephone conversations that will be provided in full to the Board of Pardons and Parole, and which she knew to be recorded, she's repeatedly claimed that she is the victim and the children are the perpetrators.
Even as the charges were being read out, Jodi still didn't believe that what was happening to her was justified. In fact, it was reported that in some of her recorded phone calls, She claimed that everything that'll be said about her in court will be full of lies. What's truly baffling is that she said all of this while knowing her calls were being recorded. Why she would make those kinds of statements so openly is beyond me. It's hard to understand what was going through her mind, whether it was arrogance, denial, or something else entirely.
I am willing to submit to what the state feels would be an appropriate amount of time served to make retribution.
A lot of the reactions in the comments section weren't in Jodi's favor. One user put it perfectly. She's not sorry for the children, she's just sorry she got caught. And that's assuming she's even sorry at all. Because from the way she speaks and carries herself, it doesn't seem like she's let go of her crazy ideology. It might look like regret, but deep down, she's still clinging to the same beliefs. About 2 weeks after Ruby and Jodi were arrested, Ruby's sister Bunny came forward with a public statement. She reacted to the situation, expressing her shock and disappointment, and made it clear that she wanted to distance herself from Ruby's actions.
I know that my words will be used against me. I also know that my words may help people understand me a little. I can only speak for myself, and I will only be speaking for myself.
It was all me. There was barely any mention of the harm done to the kids. If you're going to address something as serious as what your sister did, the very least you can do is start with some sympathy or concern for the children involved. But instead, her statement felt like it was all about her, how she was affected, how she felt, and how she wanted to be seen. Another thing that stood out was the video's length. It was just a bit over the 8-minute mark, the minimum time needed to qualify for full monetization on YouTube. It seems she was trying to benefit from the attention and make sure the video brought in revenue. You see a lot of influencers do this, stretching videos just to meet that mark, and in a situation this serious, it came off as opportunistic.
I spent the first week in complete shock, where I felt my body and my mind and my emotions were completely paralyzed because of the just absolute shock of all of this.
Another thing about the video, it just felt robotic. The way she looked into the camera, her facial expressions, the awkward pauses, it looked like she was reading something off a screen and struggling to get through it. It didn't feel genuine at all. On top of that, there were multiple cuts and frame switches throughout the video, which made it obvious that it was pre-recorded and heavily edited. It was clearly polished to look good for viewers, rather than coming from a place of real emotion or concern.
I am mad. I am mad at what has happened. I am beyond.
You don't look mad, my dear. All you're doing is trying to distance yourself from the fallout of what happened with your sister. If you really wanted to handle this gracefully, silence would have been the better option, at least at that time.
It makes me tremble. It makes me tremble because it is unheard of. It's truly unbelievable. Something that I pride myself on, something that I enjoy doing, is being transparent.
You don't come out and say things like this when your own sister is at her lowest, even if she's in the wrong. There's a time to speak and there's a time to just be still. And we all know why Bonnie made that video. She also runs a family vlog on YouTube, and she probably thought staying silent might hurt her image or her brand if people started to link her to Ruby. But the truth is that's pretty unlikely. Most people who follow Bonnie probably already know the difference between her and Ruby's parenting styles. So this whole statement is unnecessary at the time. Give me a break. What utter nonsense. It honestly pisses me off when creators start fake crying on camera like we don't see right through it. It's all just for show. And the sad part is some viewers actually fall for those crocodile tears. That's why they keep doing it. One commenter even said, "So proud of you for speaking up and holding Kevin accountable as well." But the issue isn't that she spoke up, it's why she spoke up. It feels like she's trying to take advantage of her sister's downfall, using it for views, sympathy, or to clean up her own image. Her delivery screams manipulation. And as for her saying she had no idea what Ruby was doing to those kids, that might actually be true.
We did not know what they were doing.
Even though she
Because,
said
like
she
you
didn't know what
said,
was happening,
we were
she also
cut
said
off.
Sherry told her some things.
We
And
did
according to
not
her,
have
she
access
did what she could to help the
anyone.
kids.
It wasn't until about a year ago when we were able to reconnect with Sherry. And it was then that we were learning slowly bits and pieces of more. And that's where the part of behind the scenes, we did everything that we could. We did everything legally.
So yeah, based on what she said, she clearly knew something was going on when Sherry came to her for help and shared what was happening. Whether Bonnie really did everything she could to help, no one knows for sure. And it's also not clear if she was talking about what happened to Eve and her brother at Jodi's place, or the way Sherry and the other siblings were treated back when they all lived together.
One person that could have done something within his legal right was Kevin. We had zero contact with him. It was Kevin's job to check in on things, and he did not.
It's fair to say that Kevin, as the father, should have done more to check on the kids. But what Bonnie doesn't seem to acknowledge is that Kevin was also under Jodi's influence, and there was an agreement in place. He wasn't supposed to come back until he had worked through his addiction. That's not an excuse, but it is part of the situation. Bonnie not being under Jodi's control may have had more clarity, so the real question is, did she ever try to reach out to Kevin? And why didn't Sherry share anything with him? While many people in the comments seem to support Bonnie's decision to fully blame Kevin for failing as a father, one user made a valid point. Anyone who watched 8 Passengers should not be surprised that Kevin let his family down. He seemed like a passive, detached father and husband. How do you go 13 months without seeing or even talking to your 4 children who are clearly being held hostage by a mother under the control of a very sick woman? That's something I mentioned earlier too. Kevin never really seemed to be assertive in the home. He mostly just followed Ruby's lead, and in the end that passiveness came at a great cost. In February 2024, Ruby Franke stood before a judge at the 5th District Court in St. George, Utah to hear her fate. She was sentenced to 4 back-to-back prison terms, each ranging from 1 to 15 years, for the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse she had pleaded guilty to.
The state respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Franke to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. This sentence was agreed to by Ms. Franke in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole.
Jodi Hildebrandt, Ruby's co-defendant and close partner in all of this, got the exact same sentence, 4 prison terms of 1 to 15 years. Since the sentences are consecutive, they have to finish one before starting the next. Even though the full sentence could add up to 60 years, Utah law caps it at 30. Still, both women must serve at least 4 years before they can even be considered for parole. Lately, over the past few months, Ruby's husband and kids have been speaking out in interviews, sharing what they went through during those difficult and confusing times. Sherry, Ruby's oldest daughter, also came forward to tell her side of the story.
When I was younger, around like 5, 6, like Ruby was really physical, like, you know, whether it was like a slap to the lip or a slap to the cheek. When I would practice the piano, you know, like her hand would slam and like, it was really scary. And honestly, when she met Jodi, that kind of stopped.
There were always signs that Ruby could be a bit aggressive and physical with how she parented. It happened from time to time, but never seemed like it's too much or going out of hand until Jodi came into the picture. After that, Ruby completely stopped being physical with her kids, which may have just been another way to manipulate them and gain approval. And it worked, but leaving the physical discipline was just a way to give in to a new system of discipline.
You feel the shift when Jodi came into your family's life?
I could for sure. I could feel the shift. I was like, oh, Jodi, like, you know, I don't like her, but maybe this is one good thing that's come from it, is she's not yelling, she's not hitting us anymore. But it did become more psychological, and in a way that was more damaging to me.
There are some forms of psychological punishment and emotional abuse that can be even worse than physical abuse. According to a source, all abuse is inherently emotional abusive. When you hit a child or person, there is no doubt they suffer mentally. Emotional abuse is just as damaging and severe to a person's well-being as physical and sexual abuse. To be clear, emotional abuse is often used interchangeably with mental abuse, but there is a distinction. Emotional abuse refers to any behavior that targets a person's psychological well-being, including their self-esteem, self-control, and individuality.
Were they romantically involved with each other?
I never saw anything specific about that.
Do you think they were more than friends?
I'm not sure.
It was honestly weird. Jodi controlled Ruby, and she invaded her privacy and even the privacy of her kids. This all started not long before she convinced Ruby to send their dad away to deal with what many believe was a made-up addiction, far from his family. Jodi tore apart a once-united home, all to make Ruby more dependent on her. That might be why Ruby ended up moving in with her. After Ruby's arrest, Sherry went through her mom's messages with Jodi and noticed signs that their relationship had gone beyond just work. It seemed physical. But in the interview, Sherry didn't say much more about it.
I certainly got weird vibes from Jodi and Ruby. I don't think it's normal at all that a therapist would move into her client's home. I was moving out to college and I hadn't even left the house yet, and she is in my room and in my bed.
But when Sherry was asked if she believed her mom was truly sorry for everything she had done to the family, even after all the tears and emotions in court, she seemed unsure. Sherry was skeptical about the breakdown.
So I think that she probably genuinely believed everything she said. I don't believe it, though.
With this new sense of purpose, Sherry has been using her voice to speak up for children's rights, especially when it comes to kids being used in online content. She believes there's no right way to include kids in videos when they're not old enough to give proper consent. In her view, it can cause serious harm later in life. And when she was asked if she could ever forgive Ruby for everything she did to her and her siblings, here's what she had to say.
Have you forgiven Ruby?
Forgiveness is something I've had to study a lot and kind of think about what it means. But for me, forgiveness would look like not letting that consume every moment of my life and all of my thoughts.
And moving forward, Sherry has decided to keep her life much more private than how things were when she was growing up in the spotlight with her family.
I've been able to choose now what parts of my life I choose to share with the public and what I don't.
Sherry also stood by something I've always believed, that Ruby is just as bad as Jodi. Jodi didn't force Ruby to become who she was. She simply gave Ruby the excuse, the reasoning, no matter how twisted, to go to extremes with her kids.
A lot of narratives in the media kind of pinpoint Jodi as the reason that things went wrong and Ruby was good until Jodi came. But I wanted to show that that wasn't the case and that wasn't my experience.
Sherry went on to share that she didn't fully realize how bad things were at home until she left for college. Being away gave her a new perspective and helped her see just how unhealthy and controlling the environment really was.
It wasn't until I left for college that I, started looking up, what is a cult? What is spiritual abuse? What is emotional abuse? And it kind of all checked the boxes with things that Ruby had done.
Sherry explained that while she used to feel distant from her dad, things have changed a lot since everything happened. She now sees him as an important part of her life and has been working on rebuilding the relationship. Even though he wasn't the one who directly hurt them, she acknowledged that a lot of what happened did happen under his watch, and that's something they're still working through together. But she made it clear that she values having him back in her life and is open to healing and moving forward.
That relationship is really important to me, and that broke my heart to be kind of disowned by that and not be able to speak to him.
The whole thing is a tangled web of hurt and disappointment. Sherry claimed that she does not want to have contact with her mother again. In her memoir, The House of My Mother, Sherry wrote that in July 2022, her dad Kevin told her Ruby had invited him to leave the family home so he could work on personal addiction. He said he'd be gone for at least a year and asked Sherry not to contact him or her brother Chad. Instead, he encouraged her to use that time to reconnect with Ruby and her younger siblings. Kevin made it clear that reaching out would be selfish, a message pushed heavily by Ruby and Jodi's coaching. Kevin recently talked about getting back on his feet.
Life right now for me is getting back into I would say a comfortable normal. There's still a lot of pain, there's still a lot of healing that I work on each day.
Chad shared something really honest and emotional. He said that even though his mom caused a lot of pain and chaos in their family, he still misses having a mother figure in his life. He doesn't miss the hurt or the harsh way she treated them, but he does miss the idea of a mom, the comfort, the presence, the connection. It's complicated, but it shows that deep down, he still holds on to the good memories, even while acknowledging how much damage was done.
It's hard, of course, but I mean, when I go home, I feel like, no one's missing. I don't really feel like I wish Mom was here. I don't really have those feelings really at all.
The whole house would have felt completely different without Ruby in it. She was the boss, the one in charge, and whatever she said was the final word. Even Kevin, her husband, always went along with whatever she decided was best for the family. But after all the pain and trauma the family went through over the years, it's a relief to see that they finally have a chance to heal. Now the younger kids can grow up in a more caring, supportive, and loving home, something they've needed for a long time.
Cheers.
Turns out that Andre is being charged with fraud over allegations that he has been tampering with his mother's life insurance.
What would you do if you found out that the person you loved, the person you spent 8 years of your life with, was living a lie? Not just a small lie, not just a hidden past, but something horrifying. Something that makes you question everything. What if the person you called your partner was not just a fraud, but a murderer? For Gracie Piscopo, a popular social media influencer, this wasn't just some dark thought experiment. It was her reality. Her longtime boyfriend, Andre Rebelo, turned out to be someone who Gracie could have never imagined. He wined and dined in high-end villas, flexed expensive cars, and played the role of a doting partner and father. But behind the curated Instagram posts and glamorous vacations was a disturbing truth, one that would eventually unravel in the most chilling way possible. Because the lavish life he flaunted was all built on deception. And the crime at the center of it, something so cold, so calculated, that it leaves you wondering, just how far would someone go for money? On May 25th, 2020, his own mother, and only 3 days after her death, he forged documents and medical autopsies to get money from life insurance companies. And the worst part about Andre's crime was that people close to him had no idea what he was planning. His 3 siblings were completely oblivious to the fact that their own brother would do something like this. This is the story of Andre Rebelo, a man who faked everything, including his own morality, and the disturbing events that led to his ultimate downfall. Andre Rebelo was born in 1996 and lived in Perth, Australia. He was raised by her mother, Colleen, and father, Antonio. We don't know a lot about his childhood, but from what we've gathered so far, it looks like he had a pretty comfortable life. He, along with his 3 siblings, lived in a great neighborhood. However, Andre's parents divorced when he was young, leaving his mother, Colleen, to raise her children on her own. She was a strong, passionate woman with a relentless drive to build a better future, not just for herself, but for her kids. Despite the challenges of single motherhood, she worked hard to provide for them, always encouraging them to chase their dreams and stay on the right path. She believed in them, supported them, and did everything in her power to give them a good life. But what she didn't know, what she could have never imagined, was that one of her own children would grow up to betray her in the most unthinkable way. That behind the love and care she poured into her family, a monster was lurking. A monster who would one day take everything from her in an act so cold, so calculated, that it defied comprehension. Andre was the middle child. He had an older brother, Julian, a sister called Monique, who was actually his twin, and a younger brother called Fabian. Andre moved out of his house a few years before he met Gracie. Before he got married, he worked as a delivery driver for Kohl's supermarket. He even attended college for a degree in construction management. However, everything changed for him when he met Gracie in 2015. He was obsessed with her right from the beginning. She was stunning in every way possible, and he wanted to do everything in his power to give Gracie a lavish life. On the other hand, Gracie was also an extremely determined person. When Andre and Gracie started dating, she assured Andre that one day they would achieve all of their dreams. And they sure did, at least for a short while. If you like to watch travel and fashion content on social media, chances are that you've seen her before, even if you don't know her name. She is currently 21 years old and still posts on social media. She is known majorly for her Instagram account, which has 1 million followers as of now. Besides this, she also has a YouTube channel with over 300,000 subscribers. According to Famous Birthdays, she was born and raised in Australia and started posting regularly on social media in 2013. However, before Gracie became famous on social media, she was just another girl who used to work as a receptionist at a gym. Her life took a 180 when she started posting her pictures on Instagram. One thing that stands out about her right away is her undeniable beauty. With striking features and a natural charm, she had the perfect look to thrive on Instagram. But it wasn't just her appearance. Her carefully curated lifestyle and fashion content resonated with thousands, drawing in a dedicated following who admired not only her style, but the seemingly perfect life she showcased online. Andre and Gracie dated for almost 3 years before they had a baby in 2019. Since the arrest of Andre, she has removed all of the posts from her social media that had Andre in them, except a few with their son. She is dating someone else now. We don't know a lot about her current relationship, but we know that she is in a relationship with New Zealander Daniel Classman. The couple publicly confirmed their relationship on an Instagram post in 2023. Since then, they've shared glimpses of their life together, including luxury trips to destinations like the Maldives and Bali, just like she did with Rebelo. Anyway, let's move on from Gracie because she's not the main character of this story. It's actually her ex-husband. However, it was important for us to tell you a little bit about Gracie and their lifestyle in general, since it had a huge role to play in the crime Andre committed. Another thing that we'd like to clarify here is that Andre and Gracie probably never married. We looked on the internet and couldn't find any information about whether they were ever married or any wedding photographers for that matter. So we're not sure about that. However, what we do know is that Andre became a huge part of Gracie's online empire. And when their son came along in 2019, he also became part of their content. Another thing we noticed while researching this couple was that Andre rarely appeared in front of the camera. It was not a couple channel where they had equal contributions. It was actually Gracie who was making all of the content, while Andre made occasional appearances in her posts on Instagram. To the outside world, they were the definition of perfection. Their life, their love, and their little family seemed like something out of a dream. Gracie was stunning, effortlessly capturing attention with her beauty. But Andre wasn't far behind. He had the classic good looks that made them seem like the ultimate power couple. And their baby was absolutely adorable. Together, they looked like a picture-perfect family. Their Instagram was a highlight reel of luxury, exotic vacations, 5-star hotels, a massive, beautifully designed home, and a sleek Range Rover in the driveway. They dined at the finest restaurants, threw the cutest birthday parties, and attended glamorous events that only the wealthy could afford. But behind the curated photos and seemingly flawless life, there was a dark reality lurking beneath the surface. Because what their audience didn't know was that it was all a facade, a carefully crafted illusion built on lies, deception, and something far more sinister. When Gracie and Andre started dating back in 2016, Andre actually dropped out of college and decided to become Gracie's assistant for a $20,000 salary. This is the reason why he never really completed his studies. Piscopo has now deleted most of her content containing Andre, but did come across their Maldives vlog from 5 years ago. In most of the clips, you can see Andre playing with their adorable baby, swimming in luxurious pools, and having lavish candlelit dinners.
Baby shark, mommy shark, shark, shark. I had to get fun. I always mess it up. Mommy shark, do 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 baby.
This short clip would be enough to give you an idea of the life they portrayed online. However, Andre's mother, Colleen Rebelo, didn't approve of Andre and Gracie's future plans. She wanted Andre to have a stable job and a source of income that was more consistent. Colleen herself was a biomedical and forensic science graduate. We came across her LinkedIn profile, which states that she graduated from Murdoch University. We couldn't find a lot of information on her, but from what we have gathered so far, she was a highly dedicated individual who wanted to do something with her life even at the age of 58. As we mentioned earlier in the video, Colleen and her husband Antonio divorced when their children were still young. Therefore, she was a single mom who looked after a lot of things by herself. However, once the kids were grown, she saw an opportunity to continue her studies, which she has always been passionate about. She enrolled in the university in 2018 and graduated in 2020. According to Colleen's LinkedIn About section, she's been active in supporting first-year university students and mentoring young students to transition better into university life. She also mentioned her interest in improving community health and mental health. She also wanted to foster relationships between healthcare providers in a consumer-centric approach. She had just started her new job in the healthcare sector in 2020 while living in her home of Bicton, Western Australia. However, little did she know that her son was planning something that she would have never dreamt of. On May 25th, Colleen woke up like any normal day. Two of her children were still living with her in the house at the time, her youngest son Fabian, who worked part-time at a supermarket, and her daughter Monique, who was staying with Colleen temporarily while training as a paramedic. Her school was close to Colleen's house, which is why she decided to stay with her mother to save expenses on commute. This day was also like any other normal day. Fabian, her youngest son, relied on Colleen to drop him off at the supermarket every morning where he worked. She dropped Fabian to the supermarket in the morning at 10 a.m. and went about her business. Monique also went to her training. Everything seemed normal until 2 p.m., when Fabian realized that her mother was not back to pick him up from work. Fabian's shift ended at 2 p.m., and Colleen always used to pick him up at that time. So when Colleen didn't show up, Fabian thought it was off. He waited a while and then called her mother. Colleen's call records showed that Fabian called her 13 times. However, when he didn't receive any answer, he decided to walk home since his work was at a walkable distance from the house. It took him approximately 10 minutes to walk back home. When he entered the house, he immediately realized something was off. He was already stressed about the entire situation because it was very unlikely for Colleen to not pick up her calls. However, when he reached home, he heard the shower running, and like any normal person, he first thought that Colleen was home and taking a shower, which is why she wasn't picking up her calls. However, he couldn't shake the weird feeling off, so he called his mom expecting a reply. However, even after calling her name multiple times, he did not hear a reply. That's when he decided to go investigate the bathroom. He knocked on the door and then hesitantly entered to check what was wrong. What he saw was probably one of the most terrifying sights of his life. While reading the details of this case, we couldn't help but wonder what it would be like for her youngest child to find her in a state like this. This isn't only terrifying, but also extremely heartbreaking. He saw that the shower was running, and Colleen was kneeling on the bathroom floor with her body propped against the wall, unconscious.
In May 2020, when he was living with social media model Gracie Piscopo, he murdered his 58-year-old mother, Colleen. Her body was found under a running shower in her Bicton home. Prosecutors argued it was part of a plan by Rebelo to claim life insurance policies worth around $1.5 million he'd taken out on his mother without her knowledge in the week before. The Supreme Court was told he was struggling financially and needed the money to maintain what was described as the couple's perfect but plastic lifestyle.
Despite the shower running, her body was still cold. Fabian found Colleen's body at around 2:30 p.m. and immediately called her sister Monique, who reached the house and contacted the police. She also called her eldest brother Julian and Andre. At around 3 p.m., Andre and Gracie received the news about Andre's mom and rushed to their house with their son. It was a huge shock for the entire family. Colleen's youngest son Fabian recalled that her mother didn't seem anything out of ordinary that morning. However, the circumstances of her death were as unusual as they could be. For starters, she was still wearing makeup and all of her jewelry when her body was found. Now, dying in the shower is not something unheard of, but if she got into the shower willingly, why did she still have her makeup and jewelry on, including her gold wristwatch? Other than this, the anti-slip mat that she always used while showering was also not there, which indicated that she didn't get into the shower willingly. However, there were no signs of a break-in or a robbery. Her children were devastated, and on top of that, not knowing what happened to their mother was the biggest strain on their minds. However, cracks started to form in a well-orchestrated plan of Colleen's brutal murder when an insurance agency contacted police suspecting a potential fraud and forgery of documents.
After his mother's death, he then tried to claim the funds, but was reported to police when concerns were raised by one of the insurance companies.
The insurance company informed the police that Colleen's middle child, Andre, had taken a few life insurance policies in Colleen's name just a few days before her untimely death. He stood to receive around $1.5 million in case something happened to Colleen. And the most suspicious part was that none of her other children were named as beneficiaries. Andre contacted all 3 of the life insurance companies only 3 days after Colleen passed away. However, to get the life insurance money, he needed to submit some documents. He tried to get the money from the first 2 insurance companies, but in vain, since it was too early after her death and the companies refused to pay him. However, the 3rd company noticed a flaw in the documents provided by Andre. They noticed that Colleen's date of birth was wrong in one of her documents. Not only this, but Andre had also fabricated her autopsy and medical reports. He stated the cause of her death was a brain hemorrhage caused by a ruptured aneurysm. But in reality, her cause of death was never even determined properly. He even faked a voicemail from Colleen's longtime psychologist after hassling her for weeks about calling the insurance company herself to tell them that his mother was not suicidal. But the psychologist, Narina Sidhu, smelled a rat. She called the police and told them what Rebelo had been up to. After receiving this information, the police reopened their investigation into Colleen's death and re-interviewed all of her family members. What they uncovered was both shocking and deeply unsettling. Colleen's sister, believed to be named Pearl Fleming, recalled something unusual from the day of her sister's passing, May 25, 2020. Around 10:30 a.m., as she was passing by Colleen's house, she noticed a strange vehicle parked outside, a Land Rover Evoque. This detail seemed insignificant at the time, but it took on a chilling significance later. Pearl also informed the police that at Colleen's funeral, she saw Andre and his wife arriving in the very same car. She also testified to this court saying, "On the way home, I drove past Colleen's house and saw an unusual car. There was a white Land Rover Evoque I had never seen before. It was parked out the front on the verge of my sister's house." She also later told the jury that the car was still parked outside Colleen's house when she was returning home and passed the house again at 1:30 p.m. In the meantime, Colleen's eldest son, Julian Rebelo, decided to move into her house temporarily until the investigation was resolved. He wanted to keep an eye on things, ensuring that her home remained intact while the truth about her death unfolded. However, it wasn't long before he started noticing that something wasn't quite right. As he sorted through his mother's belongings, Julian realized that several of Colleen's important documents were missing, including her driver's license. This immediately raised concerns. Why would a personal document vanish so soon after her passing? Who had taken them, and for what purpose? The unease only deepened when Julian made another disturbing discovery. Andre had redirected all of Colleen's mail to his own residence in Beaconsfield, Perth. This made absolutely no sense. Colleen's house was far from empty. Monique, Fabian, and now Julian himself were all living there, fully capable of collecting and responding to any mail that arrived. There was no legitimate reason for Andre to take such a step, and Julian couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was at play. Julian also inquired Andre about the life insurance policies he had taken on Colleen's name. To this, Andre said that Colleen asked him to do that since she has been worried about her health. However, something about this did not fit in. If Colleen had indeed wanted to take life insurance, she would have asked her eldest son Julian, who she clearly trusted more than Andre. One of Colleen's closest friends confirmed this when she testified in court. She told the court that Colleen didn't approve of her son's plastic fantastic lifestyle. Therefore, it was clear that Andre was the last person she would have contacted for something like this. However, there were more pressing matters to deal with at the time. For instance, the car parked outside Colleen's house during the time frame of her death. When police asked Andre about this, he admitted to visiting Colleen for 25 to 50 minutes between 10:40 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. However, Colleen's sister had seen the car outside the house at 1:30 p.m. as well. When Andre was asked why he never told anyone that he visited his mother the day she died, he simply said that no one asked him. He also told the police that Colleen told him to come over and that she was upset about her health, and even said something to him about herself, hinting that Colleen was suicidal. However, according to Colleen's friend, Kelda Reed, Colleen was far from being suicidal. They became friends almost 15 years ago when their children attended the same primary school in Bigton. They used to meet regularly and walk together. Reed told the police and later the court that Colleen had occasionally expressed her concerns about her son Andre and his social media life. She said Miss Rebelo had told her she was not happy about it and did not think it was something that would sustain a long-term lifestyle. She was worried about when they got older and someone newer came along. She was not happy about it, but that's what they did, Reed told the police. She used to go down to the East Frio gym and she'd have her study with her on the treadmill, Miss Reed said. Things like that did not faze her. She just got on with what she had to do and did it well. She was a beautiful mom, would do anything for her kids, a wonderful mother. Miss Reed recalled to the court in the weeks before Miss Rebelo died, she was excited about starting a new job on the board of the health department. The last time I saw her, we went for a walk, and she was talking about how excited she was about her new job and couldn't wait to start, she said. In October 2020, Andre Rebelo was charged with attempted fraud and multiple counts of forgery related to the life insurance claims. Rebelo was also charged with the murder of his mother, Colleen Rebelo, in November 2022. All the witnesses and claims led the police back to Andre. Now you might be wondering what role Gracie played in this entire scheme. According to her statement in the police investigation, she actually had no idea about Andre's plans. She told the police she and her cousin had a lunch planned for that day. However, Andre was not home when her cousin reached their house. She didn't know where Andre was, and she was extremely upset at him. Call records show that she called Andre 12 times and even left him a series of texts. However, Andre didn't answer. When he finally returned home at 2 p.m., Gracie was very upset, but they went for lunch anyway. Phone records also showed that Andre called his mother the morning of her death, asking her if she could take care of their son for the day. We actually came across this article that details things from Piscopo's perspective. She told the media that Andre appeared ordinary the day his mother. He said he was going to drop off his clothes for Fabian at his mom's house, she said. Besides, this article also stated, the records showed Miss Piscopo tried to call Mr. Rebelo more than a dozen times between 11:10 a.m. and 11:35 a.m. She sent several messages asking Mr. Rebelo where he was and telling him to answer his phone. The phone records showed a text she sent to Andre at 11:16 a.m. It said, "Andrew, your phone." Another text was sent seconds apart that read, "Where are you?" At 11:25, she sent Andre a series of texts. "OMG, I swear, Andre. Do you not have a phone? What is wrong with you? Answer for F's sake. I'm fuming at you, I'm so angry." Miss Piscopo told the court she was frustrated at the time. He had a habit of keeping his phone on silent, she told defense lawyer Anthony Elliott. He'd constantly have it on silent, and I couldn't reach him, and I was just angry. I thought he was coming to see my cousin. By this point, the police were certain that Andre was connected to Colleen's death. However, proving it was another matter entirely. The biggest obstacle was the autopsy report. Colleen's cause of death had been ruled inconclusive, leading investigators with little forensic evidence to build a solid case against him. Despite this, one undeniable fact stood out. Andre had forged documents in an attempt to claim Colleen's life insurance money. This was the only concrete crime the police could pin on him so far, but it wasn't enough to link him directly to her death. Without a clear cause of death or stronger evidence, the case remained frustratingly open-ended. However, investigators weren't ready to give up just yet. They knew there had to be more to the story, and they were determined to uncover the truth. Therefore, they placed a listening device in the bedroom he shared with Piscopo at their Beaconsfield home and a camera with audio in the couple's living room. According to a WA, they listened to conversations for weeks in the months after Colleen's death, hoping for something that would lead to a conviction for murder. In one conversation, Piscopo told Rebelo she thought he was downstairs and at home on the day Colleen died. She told him she thought he was being framed for murder and cried about being interrogated by the police. It was clear from this conversation that Piscopo knew nothing of her partner's plan to kill his mother and cash in on her life insurance policies. For a long time, even after being arrested, Rebelo claimed that he did not do it. According to him, he was already living a comfortable life and that he didn't need any money from his mother's insurance policies. But the reality was far from it. Andre and his wife were actually in heavy debt. From the outside, their Instagram-perfect lifestyle exuded luxury, expensive homes, extravagant vacations, and sleek high-end cars. To their followers, they appeared to be living the dream. But behind the perfectly curated photos and flashy posts lay an entirely different reality, one built on pressure, debt, and the desperate need to uphold their carefully crafted image. For Piscopo and Rebelo, maintaining this illusion wasn't just about indulgence, it was a necessity. Social media had become their stage, and their reputation depended on the facade of wealth and success. However, this lifestyle came at a steep price, one they could barely afford. In truth, their financial situation was far less glamorous than it seemed. While Piscopo was landing big contracts and had managed to reach a six-figure income by 2020, the couple's lavish spending habits devoured every penny. No matter how much money came in, it was never enough to sustain their extravagant way of life. The reality behind the scenes was far from the effortless luxury they projected online. It was a constant, exhausting game of keeping up appearances. The beautiful house that they showed on their social media was actually rented for $880 a week. The lavish white Range Rover they drove was also on loan. Most of the holidays they went to were actually sponsor deals that were given to Piscopo for her social media. The reality was that they were living on credit cards and personal loans and begging for rent reprieves, reduced loan repayments, and government handouts meant for those in hardship during the COVID pandemic. However, despite this, they didn't seem troubled by their loans, which appreciated amounted to $120,000, including $40,000 in taxes. This is because Andre had a plan. He believed that he had been extremely successful in the last 3 years he had been investing in cryptocurrency. He promised Gracie that that was a big $500,000 coming from his cryptocurrency trading. But the harsh reality was that Andre hadn't made a single dollar in the 3 years he had spent investing in crypto. What looked like a promising venture had turned into a financial black hole, draining the resources rather than growing them. To make matters worse, since Andre managed all of Gracie's finances, she had little idea of the full extent of their debt. She trusted him to handle everything, unaware of just how deep they were sinking. As a stay-at-home father, Andre had taken complete control of their financial affairs, but instead of securing their future, he was steering them straight toward financial ruin. In December 2024, a 12-member jury in the Western Australia Supreme Court found Andre Rebelo guilty of murdering his mother to claim life insurance money. Andre Rebelo is scheduled to be sentenced for the murder and fraud convictions. As of now, Andre Rebelo remains in custody awaiting sentencing. The trial, which began in late 2024 and concluded with a guilty verdict in December 2024, lasted several weeks. During the trial, Rebelo pleaded guilty to fraud charges but denied murdering his mother. Andre's twin sister Monique calls this day one of the most horrible days of her life. She told WA Supreme Court that sometime after her mother's death, she was contacted by a psychologist she shared with her mom. Monique said the psychologist Narina Sidhu told her that she had concerns about her brother Andre, and that he had tried to use her name to find out information about her mom's insurance. Monique also called her brother to ask about this, but he said that he didn't have any idea and claimed that the psychologist must have been talking about someone else. Andre eventually texted me later and said Narina had the wrong Colleen and made a mistake. It was a different Colleen the issue was regarding, she said. He knew who Narita was and seemed to be aware. During the initial examination, investigators noted some abrasions on Colleen's face, but they were dismissed as minor and deemed insignificant at the time. With no immediate signs of foul play and an inconclusive cause of death, authorities had little to go on. However, as the investigation progressed and new evidence came to light, forensic experts took a closer look at those abrasions. What once seemed unimportant now pointed to something far more sinister. Further analysis suggested that Colleen's probable cause of death was suffocation, most likely by a pillow. This revelation changed everything, transforming what had initially appeared to be an unexplained passing into a suspected. In the end, what first seemed like an unfortunate and mysterious passing unraveled into a carefully concealed crime. The inconsistencies, the missing documents, the financial deception, and the suspicious redirection of Colleen's mail all pointed toward a chilling truth. Her death was no accident. While the police initially struggled with inconclusive findings, the deeper they dug, the more apparent it became that Andre was at the center of it all. It's honestly quite sad how the relentless pursuit of a picture-perfect life on social media drove Andre down such a dark path. In his desperation to maintain the illusion of wealth and success, he found himself trapped in a cycle of financial ruin and deception. The pressure to uphold an extravagant lifestyle, one filled with luxury cars, designer goods, and lavish vacations, became all-consuming. Andre wasn't just living beyond his means, he was drowning in the expectations he had set for himself. Every flashy Instagram post, every carefully curated glimpse into their dream life only added to the weight of the reality he was trying to hide. As the debts piled up and his cryptocurrency investments failed, the facade began to crack. Instead of facing the truth, Andre chose to take the most sinister route imaginable. Whether it was greed, desperation, or a combination of both, his obsession with wealth and status led him to commit an unthinkable act, and he had no one to blame for it but himself. With this, we'd like to conclude this video. We tried to experiment with something different with this documentary-style video. If you like it, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and leave a comment down below, letting us know your thoughts on Andre's bone-chilling story.